Hello, and welcome back to Roll4It. Today is Sunday, so it is Roll4It Shadowrun, episode 2. We've got ourselves in a little bit of hot water with Deadbolt about to be possibly shot. We'll see. By the way, Pseudo will be joining us. Avex wants kind of a big intro, so he'll be here in a little bit, hopefully, and we'll have a nice big intro for him. Last time on Roll4It Shadowrun, which of course is set in a lovely dystopian future setting with magic and dragons and goblins and orcs and all that fun jazz. They were tasked with injecting a random syringe that they had picked up into a brain-dead person being held in a ward in a hospital just outside of London.
Hold on. This wasn't some random syringe, okay? We didn't follow around a bunch of junkies until they dropped one.
Okay, true. They picked up an unknown syringe from a dead drop location. They then
We know it's mundane. We know it's mundane because I Sinisianced it.
He thinks it's mundane.
That doesn't make me any more confident about what it does.
They then snuck into the hospital. Deadbolt snuck in, no armor, disguised as a doctor who they'd managed to get the full IDs off, and with a pretty decent disguise. Got a bit dicey at some stages, but he did actually finally manage to make it to the room. However, the guards outside were like, why do we don't need a plastic surgeon in here. Tag quickly went in and was like, hi, I'm a patient of his. And they had a quick word. Tag made Deadbolt invisible. Deadbolt then tried to go into the room, and while he stepped into the room, he walked through a mana barrier, which knocked his invisibility off. Now, we did a little bit talk about this last time, and I checked the rules. In the after show, we did actually roll and check if it popped, and it was a Force 1 spell, so it popped. Deadbolt is definitely now visible, and we are going to be starting today's session in combat. But before we do, does someone want to talk about Patreon?
I can talk about it. We have a Patreon.
That was enthusiastic. That was really enthusiastic.
Well, you know, I'm doing Matrix stuff right now. I'm trying to broaden my horizons, be more useful to the group. We have a Patreon. You can check it out at patreon.com/roll4it. There's all kinds of stuff there that you can get access to that allows you to get like bonus videos, allows you to get MP3s of the show, allows you to get character sheets and things of that nature for the different tiers of support that you can give the show. As of right now, we've had a tremendous showing out of support for the show, and it's been absolutely fantastic. It's far exceeded what we ever expected. We're very much appreciative for it, but if you wanted to join the group and get into the Discord server and have conversations there about the show and all those other little perks and bonuses, you can do that. Patreon.com/roll4it.
There you go. So if you want to support us, please go check it out. It'd be absolutely brilliant. You can also, of course, subscribe here on Twitch, which gets you access to like emotes, and like Moobot will give you the benefit of the doubt and stuff and all that cool stuff. You also get like little badge which changes color depending on how long you've been subbed. You could also send us Twitch bits, and if you really want, you can tip as well. And of course, all those fun things, including like I think little follow things, go into the little jar down there, which does crazy cool random like physics simulations and looks interesting. So yeah. Hopefully you enjoy the show, and you know, also if you can't afford to support us in any way, that's cool. Just like tweet us, like put us on Facebook, be like, you should check out this show, spread the word, you know, please. I'm trying my best here, but right, we're gonna dive straight into the action, which means that I need to pull up the map. We open straight into Deadbolt. You look down. Your hands, which were a moment ago invisible, suddenly visible. You look up. The bodyguard, sort of clip suit, darkish coloration, pistol already out because Tag made an illusion that looked like some guy was calling for help. Turns around and kind of shocked notices you as the door opens and notices you now completely visible. I need both you.
I just want to point out, I'm a professional magician. It wasn't some guy. It was a Lone Star officer. He had a name tag. It said Burroughs on it. I mean, I went to details there. There was like 6 hits on that illusion. It was a
really good illusion.
Did his wallet have little family photos and stuff? You could flip through them. You could steal his credit card or whatever.
It's a full physical illusion. It's all 5 senses. You could lick that dude if you wanted to, and he would have a flavor.
I'm trying to think how that could possibly be of any use in this situation.
I mean, I'm sure he'll find a use for it.
It's good practice.
I think physical illusions, you actually pass through them if you try and touch them, but they appear on camera. So I'm not sure if you could lick it.
What the fuck's fun?
But if that becomes important, we'll discuss that later. Right. Okay, so Deadbolt and the one guy who can currently see you, I need you both to make a surprise test. You are both alerted, so it'll be reaction plus intuition at +3.
All right.
And I need to get some more Intuit music.
Yeah, if you're surprised, you better hear some really fucking panic noises out of that room.
There's gonna be some pianos that are like dun 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 dun. Then you have like some strings in the back. They're like dun 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 dun. See, I can just fill in. I'll do the soundtrack.
Okay, so Deadbolt is surprised, which means that when you roll initiative, you'll be at a -10 afterwards. Because you're just a little bit slow on the uptake, you're just a little bit caught off guard, you're on the back foot, and you're still like, oh god, I'm visible. And you just don't quite get to act fast enough. So, if you can roll me initiative.
Alright.
Initiative physical.
What's wrong, Bentham? You don't sound excited to die.
I wonder why. How does the dice pool thing work?
So you've got an initiative of 2d6 plus your intuition reaction, right, for physical, because you've got.
There is actually an initiative thing on my character sheet. I could just do that.
Yeah, try doing that.
I would recommend using the one on the page. The one that EE made for us.
Okay, in which case you can use the init fizz button I made if you have your character selected on the map.
Damn it! There's multiple steps, and now I don't know what to put in on what bit.
Okay. Select your character, click the init fizz button, and then it says, how many dice do you have? You, I think, have 2 because you've got an upgrade to your initiative from your Bioware.
I've done it.
Why did you roll 34 for your initiative? That's not your initiative.
I don't know.
Okay, click your character on the map, click the init fizz button, and it says, how many dice do you have? You have 2 dice, because you get 1d6 plus 1d6 for your Bioware. And then it says, how many reaction and how many intuition?
That adds up to 11 dice, which is how many I rolled.
No. The rest aren't dice. The first 2 are dice.
Oh, right. That explains it.
The old button that we used to have it had little explainers on it. The new one doesn't. Like the old ones, you'd be like, "What is your intuition? What is your reaction? Now, what is your dice?"
New one does.
And then, oh, it does.
Yeah.
I have the change initiative one, and it just has input value. Should I be joining this combat too? Because I'm like around the corner.
You can't see that combat's been joined yet. You'll get to see it as soon as they react.
Okay.
I think that's it. I think it
17.
did it.
Yeah, that's grand. Problem is you're at -10,
It'll go down to
so
7.
That will be 7. There we go.
Not bad. It means you don't get shot twice.
I mean, yeah. Penalties aside, you would have one. I mean,
yeah.
On paper, but then again, on paper, the Warrior should have won. You know. So what are you gonna do? It is what it is.
So, private security, seeing you suddenly visible. Door having already swung open, him already being like, huh? The door swung open. You just dive through, then poof. He knows that there's some magic going on. You've stepped inside the wall that he's already meant to be protecting. He raises his gun, points it at you. What are you doing? Stop moving! Come back out here! Put your hands up!
A point has been raised by chat that wouldn't I know when my spell got dispelled by the mana barrier?
True, actually. You can roll me a surprise check at +3. Intuition reaction.
Yay. Let's see here. I think there's actually a surprise button on the character sheet. Like, it's a pretty good character sheet.
Surprise button?
No, there's not. There's memory, judge intentions, composure, and carry lift. Never mind.
So I know, by the way, that the person who developed the entire character sheet, the alternate one we're using, which is amazing, actually watches, because I got a message on Reddit going, "Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying the character sheet." Yeah, so if you're watching, can we have a surprise button? It's a great character sheet.
I rolled, looks like 3 hits, 5 or 4 hits.
Yeah, 4 hits. So yeah, you can roll initiative at normal.
Okay.
If you want to roll like randomly by just like using the SR dice button down the bottom of the screen in future, that'll tell how many like successes you get.
Cool. With the initiative button, sorry, it's the first time I've used it. So my dice pool
is
just one
fizz
dice
button.
pool, right? I don't have init fizz. Is it in my
Yeah,
little...
you told us to use init and change init, but you told us not to use init fizz. We can add it.
Oh, sorry. Don't use init. Use init fizz, init mat, init ast. But don't use the init button. The init button's broken.
That's the one I used.
I actually don't have access to that on my little... It's not
Yeah.
visible to me.
Yeah, we only
It
see
doesn't
init
show.
and change init.
Let me see if there's an initiative button just on the character sheet.
Oh, which one
The
of
init one worked for me.
Oh, init should work, actually. Sorry. It's init complex don't use. Init should work.
Okay.
If you have init... Let me just... There we go. I'll just send you init astral, init fizz, and init matrix. Sorry, you didn't have the more like descriptive ones. So there you go.
Meanwhile, chat's exploding the tip jar.
Thank you, chat.
I rolled
9
9 on initiative.
Okay.
So there is an initiative button just in your character sheet. You can just click it.
So that does work.
Yeah.
I'll do that in future.
So yeah, if the prep security contractor just raises a gun, points at a deadbolt, and then seems to hold, waiting for you to do as they command. Tag, you around the corner, you've got your illusion up, you can see the Lone Star officer pointing in your general direction, raising their gun, and being like, bang! And then suddenly you feel the sensation, it's almost like a background sensation you don't notice, but instantly, the pressure that you were like channeling into the spell that was on Deadbolt disappears. Suddenly there's a cessation of something you'd almost not notice. It's so secondary to you.
Yeah,
you know
on the
shit's going down.
subvocal, you hear me say, "Oh, that's not good."
What's not good?
Just a minute. For my complex action, I'm actually just going to cast, because it's a full action, I'm going to cast Increase Reflexes, I guess, as my first action.
You have the illusion up, but sustained as... Is that sustained as your sustaining thingy?
I think it falls in because this invisibility... Let me see, invisibility is sustained. So when invisibility went down, it would swap into my other slot.
Okay, yeah,
because
that
they
was
were
also
both
that was the
casted.
force one that you upped with reagents. So
Yeah, I've been using lots of reagents. It's been a little hectic. So yeah, I'm gonna cast Increase Reflexes. I'm gonna do it at the drain though. That drain though. Okay, I'm gonna do it at Force 4, and we're just gonna hope for the best. Four successes, and so I resisted 3 of the drains, so I take 1 stun damage.
Okay. Remember to check your ones, by the way, in case anyone glitches or critical glitches. You didn't, but we'd have to check that in future.
Okay. And so what I need to do now is I get +4 added to my initiative, and then I also get 2d6 added to my initiative.
Okay, so roll 2d6 and then use the change int button.
So that's going to be a 6, not the best roll, but it increased my initiative by 10, and that's actually sustained, so that's just, I have that now. So that'll take me up to 19 there. And then that's my turn.
So that's your turn done. That means you'll swap over in the next turn, so you go before the security. The other security officer actually now has been notified by his mate. Is going to need to make a surprise check. Yes, he can act on the next turn. That brings us to Deadbolt.
Okay. So when I came into the room, am I in the actual main room with the patient, or am I in a little section that leads into that room?
You're in the main room, but it is like a narrow bit, and then it opens up further down. You've got like what appears to be maybe like a toilet or something in a separate cubicle that's taking up a bit of the entrance here. You are pretty much only like 2-3 meters from the guy pointing the pistol at you, but you're just inside the door.
So for the like half a second I was facing into the room, I didn't like see any other guards there or anything?
Not instantly. The way Shadowrun works is you are aware of general things, but if you want to check in more detail, you'd have to make a simple action or complex action to make a check. But what you notice is you go into the room, and then instantly you're like, oh crap, because you are very much like on the verge of walk in, oh crap. You notice that there is a bed, there seems to be someone lying in the bed, a lot of machines placed around there. You don't notice anyone instantly. You notice that the room does open up a little bit further down, and that there's a door to what would probably be like a toilet cubicle or something. And then, oh crap, I'm visible.
Okay. Is there anywhere I can, like, leap into cover before I decide to maybe shoot him?
The toilet?
The toilet door, possibly. It depends if it's, like, closed or locked or anything. Like, if it's, you know, you'd put your weight against it, maybe it would bow inwards, like the catch can't be that strong. Or you could try running around down the bottom, but I don't know if you have quite the movement for that. You'd have to check.
Do you want me to tell you my movement for that, then?
Sure, what's your movement?
Walking is apparently 18, running is 36.
Yeah, you can totally make it down to there. The debate is, would you be able to
I might get
avoid
shot.
getting shot? Because there is
While
what
I'm
appears to
doing
be a
that.
held action.
Yeah, that's the thing of, like, if I try and do anything, he's just gonna shoot at me, crap. And I've got no armor. I'm gonna leap for cover. I'm gonna try and... Can I, like, jump away as I, like, try and pull out a taser and start shooting him, or... I guess
would
I'd have to do one
say,
the
what
other.
are you trying to do? Are you trying to go into the bathroom or just move?
I'd try and, like, jump out the way so that if he fired, he'd be more likely to miss, and then try and fire back if I can.
Well, automatically you have a dodge pool that you will automatically be dodging with if he tries to shoot you. So you could just make a standard attack with a quick draw.
Alright, I'm just gonna try and quick draw my taser and shoot him then.
Okay, quick draw. So, quick draw is a agility plus, I think it's agility plus your weapon ability. So for this, it's pistols, taser. Those of you in chat, by the way, who are suggesting he spends edge, he's out of edge, which is partly why this is really dangerous. Out of edge and no armor.
We had some really bad dice rolls getting in here, and edge didn't help.
He is so dead.
If I had edge left, I probably wouldn't be in this situation. No, I would, because I still would have become visible when I came through the door.
You might have passed the stealth at least, but yeah, you'd have become visible.
I think the roll is this, because my combined agility and pistols ability is awesome. Oh, but apparently it doesn't matter much.
2, not 3. You get the pistol, you get the taser out, but you're wearing scrubs. You're not used to wearing scrubs. They're a little bit baggy in places, and it kind of, you put your hand down and you get caught in a fold, just like fraction of a second, but it throws off your pull. You manage to pull the taser out, but that does, it's a simple action draw instead of being a simple action quick draw, which allows you to fire. However, since you quick drawed and failed, admittedly, his held action goes off. You took an offensive action, so he is going to try and shoot you.
I hope you have a good dodge pool, bro. You got to have those blowback dice.
It's not too bad, which is why I have tried shooting my way out of this.
Can we just melt down the old Shadowrun characters into stats that we can use on the new ones? That'd be amazing.
So that'd be 5 successes.
Ow.
I'm rolling good today.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a button here that says dodge. I'm gonna press it.
Yes, it'll be intuition and reaction. It should roll.
Okay. Three.
Oh, and with that, you realize that you're just a bit too slow. As you try and pull that pistol up, you dodge to the side. There's a close-range pistol going off, and the bullet rips into you. Let me just find the damage very quickly. So that would be... +2 for his levels of success, because he got 2 over you. That makes it 10p. Sorry, 10 stun, because it's a gel round. The pistol is normally an 8. +2 for degrees success. AP -1, but +1 because it's a gel round. So you need to resist 10 stun damage. So if you roll your body plus just your body.
Okay. Is there a button for that, or do I just roll that as a thing?
It should be like you roll your armor or your damage resist. There should be like a damage resist button on the sheet. If there isn't, you can just roll body by just entering into the SR dice.
Soak,
macro.
is that it?
Soak, that'll be it. It's damage soak.
Okay. Do I need to modify any of the stuff, like it's asking for armor penetration?
There is 0 arm penetration, but you've got 0 armor, so at the end of the day, it won't matter.
Ow!
You take 10 stun damage. As the round, you dive sideways, but the round, like, hits you directly on, like, the orbital just below your eye. Are you unconscious?
Well, what is it against? What's the 10 compared
10
to?
stun.
Is it my...
What's your stun tracker?
My total is 9.
Yeah, you are now at full stun, and you've got -1 flows over to the physical tracker. So your stun has been filled out, which means you fall unconscious, and then physical tracker now takes a -1. And with that, Deadbolt, bang! Your head snaps to the side. You collide with the wall that you were dodging into, and you fall limp to the ground.
Wait, did he fall into the bathroom?
No, without his like weight to actually do an action to push against the door won't snap open. So he just collapses to the ground. No, he doesn't end up with his head in the toilet.
Now, here's the question. He's unconscious. As far as the guards know, that's the only hostile.
We'll see.
So,
well, they know
is combat over?
No, combat
That's
is not
my
over.
only question.
Gatto,
They're under
by
the
way,
impression that there's a shooter in the nearby corridor.
Gatto, you get to roll surprise because Tag actually did vocal you on the mic. So you get to roll surprise as well. So you get +3 for being alerted that something was going down. So it'd be
what's the
intrusion
surprise
reaction
roll?
+3.
Okay.
Chat, we're using the 4th edition rule because we're using a slight homebrew edition, which 1 stun equals 1 fizz.
I must have done that wrong. 5 + 5 d6 +3.
Yeah, you need to use... So go use the infizz button down the bottom if you want. And that should tell you.
There is no infizz. There is no infizz.
Oh, I've added it to you. If you go into options, you should be able to toggle it on and off in your macros. I've added it to people.
Ah, cool. Thank you.
I think it does just work on the character sheet, though.
Yeah, there's an initiative button on the character sheet on the front page.
Yeah, but he didn't ask to run initiative. He said roll surprise.
Yeah, you can use the SR dice for surprise. Sorry.
There we
3
go.
successes. Yeah, so you pass. You can roll initiative as normal.
Okay.
And you'll be at -10 and pass, and in the next round, in theory.
-10 in the next round?
Yeah, basically, if you join, you should join into the next round, and because you join it round late, you get a -10 because, you know, you're joining into a round that's already started, combat's already started as well. I think you should be at -20, but...
I feel like there's not much you could do anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Gatto's actions are going to be a little bit removed from you guys.
What the heck? So on the init fizz button, it pops up, it says dice. So I put in 10 because reaction plus init is 10 dice. Should I not put that in there?
You get dice, which is one normal. And then it says reaction and then intuition.
Okay.
You also need to have your character selected. I don't think that went to the character.
Got it. Okay, we're good. 15.
15. Okay, awesome. So if I hit next, there we go. It takes a -10 off everyone. I'm going to remove Deadbolt from the initiative order now. Sorry, Deadbolt. Oscar, you're at -10 anyway for joining combat late, so you should be on a -5. And Edmund Campbell, whatever. You should go up to the top. There we go. So Tag, you're up.
Okay, so is the private security right here facing away from me?
He's actually facing towards you because he's facing towards your illusion. He hasn't had a chance to act yet.
Okay. I caused the illusion to take off running down the hallway towards me.
Can you move the location of the illusion?
I
thought
don't
they
know.
were
We'd have to
stationary.
stop and rule check.
I believe
It's
they're
Trid
stationary.
Phantasm, so you can do just like anything with Trid Phantasm. Like you can change a key card to look like a different key card, and that stays in your pocket, and you can carry that around with you. So I'm not really sure.
Like if it can like shout at someone and its mouth moves and then like point a gun in a direction, then it would stand
but I
to
think
reason
it's
it can
locked to
also
a
walk
location
around.
when you cast it.
If that's the case, though, I've heard people describe using Trid Phantasm as making like a dragon land in a hallway by like doing all kinds of stuff, and so
Let me just look it up real quick. Spells, 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 spells. Mana barriers, auras. So it's Trid Phantasm. Manipulation. Phantasm. Area spell. Yes, it's an area spell. So when you cast it in an area, that area stays as the area selected by the spell.
Can it move around within that area though? That
It
would
can
make
move around
sense.
within that area.
it's a complex action for me to move it. So the guard takes off down the hallway with my
Cool.
complex action.
Okay, so
And he's shooting his gun while he's going.
you know what? I'll add a little like icon for your illusion.
Oh, can you also get the other characters to show up with names? Because all I can see is icons.
Oh, I haven't pushed the names to you. I'll push the names in a sec.
Thank you.
Right, where is my... There we go. There's your illusion. And it runs there. Which is probably going to be the range of its movement.
While firing his pistol. And then I get up against the wall and I've just got my hands up and I'm just like pretending to be as scared as possible.
You should see names,
you make
by the
that
way.
sound, though?
Names aren't on for characters. That's weird.
Do you make that sound though? Do you go, ah?
Okay, so that's a complex action. Private security. The one facing you, or facing the illusion that's run off, pauses for a second. You would recognize this generally as someone's communicating by some sort of internal link. It's that sort of pause, glassy-eyed, stare into distance. And then he's going to move this way. Which brings him to seeing you. You're on that corner, aren't you?
Yeah, and I'm just up against the wall like,
Okay, if you can roll me a performance check.
any bonuses or anything? Because he's in like a shootout situation.
He'll have negatives on his ability if he's going to shoot a situation. He's not really in a shootout, though, because he's not got anyone shooting back at him. He's just running to respond, so... He won't have any bonuses for a laid-back situation, however. So he'll be a little bit preoccupied.
3 on 4.
successes on 4 dice. That's a pretty good roll, man.
I don't do performance. I'm all negotiation and haggling.
So he should be
They don't do
using
that.
Performance.
Judge Intentions, probably, which is intuition plus charisma. So...
That one has a button.
2.
Yeah, today, Tag, you could sell ice cream to an Eskimo. No problem.
And
So
with that,
catch
he
up
runs
to a
around the
lady in
corner,
white.
sees you, points the pistol at you briefly just as a natural reaction, then brings the pistol back across and down and goes, "Oh, you, get down! Stay out of the line of fire!" That brings us to end of the initiative pass. Which I believe means everybody needs to re-roll initiative, since we have reached the end of said round.
I was about to go to press the button and then I'm like, oh.
No, you don't need to re-roll the button. The other security dude moves into the room. Out of line of sight of anyone.
Add 4 to that, so I rolled a 26. God, I love increased reflexes. It's great. It's like wired reflexes, but I don't have to, like, saw off a chunk of my soul to get it.
Got all that essence. So not only are you an edgelord, you're also an essence lord.
Yeah, I didn't go full edgelord. I could have had, like, 5 edge, but I decided not to be that guy in this campaign.
Okay. And at any point now, I imagine someone might join you. Right, so I need to hit the int pass button. Tag, you're up.
Okay. I am going to... As I'm up against the wall, if I was going to lay down prone, would that use up an action? Like if I was just going to drop to my stomach and seem like I'm complying?
You can use a hit the deck reaction, which will reduce your initiative by 5, or you can use a simple action.
Sure, I'll hit the deck. That's actually that's fine.
Okay.
So that keeps me on the pass perfectly fine. And then once I'm on the ground, is he like totally focused on the officer that I've conjured up there?
He seems to be like studying the end of the hallway and the officer, trying to figure out what's going on, because he can't really see anything going on other than the officer running up this way.
Okay, so in that case, I'm going to have to cast... should have thought about this better. YOLO, whatever. We're going to cast Influence on him.
Okay.
And I'm going to influence him to go investigate the stairwell and go all the way down, basically searching it. Do I get any bonuses since, like, he's in that situation anyways?
No, because he might do that anyway. It's just the spell would make him do that. Like, there wouldn't be any bonuses necessary to it, because if you fail, I think he gets notified that something went wrong. So he would be resisting outside influence anyway, I think.
I think that if he's doing something that he's already predispositioned to do anyways, that he doesn't get to resist or something like that. So we probably want to check it.
Influence, 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 influence. Manipulation, influence. No.
Like there's some kind of modifier if I tell him to do something he was already thinking.
There isn't actually a modifier in the book, but I would give you a modifier. He will have a minus to resist.
Okay. So with influence, it's going to be hits minute versus logic plus will. Okay. You know, I got to do what I got to do here. I'm going to go force 4. I'm sustaining the illusion, and also I'm sustaining reflexes, so I'm going to -2. It's going to be at a force 4. Ugh. Here we go. 3 successes, and I resisted all drain.
Okay.
So he's got to resist with logic plus will.
Well, logic and will, that is going to be interesting.
He pulls it out, though.
I didn't roll with negatives, so I actually need to re-roll that. So I would say he's got a -2. Which means that he gets 2 successes, not 4. Momentarily, he pauses, and he kind of refocuses his eyes. They kind of go distant, then close, then back again. You think your spell's taking control.
Cool. That's me, then.
And
that
then
first roll, though. Who rolls 4 on 6, dude? What is up with these dice
My rolling today, man. I don't know why. Like, Deadbolt out instantly and all that. Then you start hearing a little crackle over your earbuds of someone joining the channel.
Deadbolt is down, but not out. But you've got only about 12 seconds before the lunkhead going for him realizes he's carrying a gun-shaped paperweight.
Hey, Pseudo. Guard on my side's taken care of, I think. I'm whispering, right? I'm sub-vocalizing.
I know, I was watching. Good work, but you need to move.
All right, headed back to Deadbolt.
Pseudo, do you want to roll your initiative?
Okay. Have I got a icon?
You do. It's at the very top of the screen.
There, it's up on the screen. I see. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Let's see. So, initiative. I'm in hot sim at the moment, so... And we're using the initiative button on the...
You can use the sheet or you can use the init mate button at the bottom.
I'll use the sheet.
Man, chat loves Avic.
Yeah, cosplay's on
Got
point
all the
today.
fans right. They're like doing the wave and shit out in the audience.
They were trying
There we
to
go.
summon him with underscores earlier instead
Okay.
of F.
Yeah.
You
were
would have a
underscored.
noise penalty of -1 to that.
Okay.
So you
Would
should be
that
on
affect my
21.
initiative?
Yes, it does. Because you're
Oh,
acting
okay.
from a distance, I believe.
No, I thought that only affected...
No, actually, I think
things
it affects
did
actions,
from
not
distance.
initiative, so you're fine. I will
I'm
say
still
that
thinking
because-
as fast as I was before. It's just that anything I try to do at that distance is a little bit more difficult.
I will say that although technically your initiative has passed, you can have your go now, just because it was for dramatic sake.
Okay, well, given that I've kind of lost a little bit of my view of that room thanks to Deadbolt, I'm going to Matrix Perceive to try and bring up any icons or any weapons, anything that I might be able to use on the individual who's moving in for him.
Sure. Roll me a matrix perception. Are you specifically looking for hidden devices, or are you just looking for general perception? Because you would know
Weapons.
Weapons. Okay.
Does that go through?
It doesn't seem to have.
Here we are. Situation modifier. So that'll be -1 because of the noise, yeah?
Yes. Yep.
Good lord.
Those dice are clipping like, oh god. Yeah, so as you kind of focus and you start looking around for weapons, you pick up a few. You notice that the guy currently about to check Deadbolt over, who seems to be moving in, weapon raised, pointing at Deadbolt, has a pistol out, a Browning high power, along with a taser, along with an extending baton. You also notice that the guy further up the corridor has a Browning high power and extending baton, and that's the limit of the ones you've detected.
The future is so confusing. Like, why would your cudgel be wireless? It's
So
just
you can
like, why
extend it
would that be
wirelessly
a-
without having to, like, rack it.
But that's not worth it. It's a flick of your wrist versus a hacker just being like, nope, you can't do that. Like, I would have everything. If I was in Shadowrun, all my shit would be manual. My guns would just be guns
Thing
from
is,
like 2010.
In the sixth world, you've literally got to pay extra to have that. You've literally got to go to a shop and say, yeah, I want this not to have wireless. And they'd be like, are you some kind of commie? What?
It's
No.
it's like getting a manual transmission on a car that's almost always automatic. It costs you more.
Yeah.
Also, it would technically be illegal not to have a wireless gun broadcasting its lair. Now, it's different
Yeah.
from technically the gun being wireless, and again, the baton probably doesn't need to have a wireless function to be used to beat someone to death with.
It's just like, I just, like, so is my soda going to have wireless in it to pop the top for me? It's just like, this seems
I'll
gratuitous.
be honest, it probably has RFID tags in it to monitor usage and when you open it and drinking times and stuff, so
What?
they can get that information back. It's all about big data. So yeah, Pseudo, is that simple action or complex?
Matrix Perception is... you know what? That's a complex. Yeah.
Okay, so that brings us to private security. This guy, he's gonna move like his full distance. And then he's gonna swing his pistol round as he starts to check towards the stairwell.
God, I love influence. You don't even really need combat spells as a mage. You can just be like, I command you to go over there. You, throw yourself out the window. Go fuck yourself. Like, it's just like...
The other guy
anyone who-
moves forwards towards Deadbolt, and Pseudo, suddenly you can see in the like little video feed you've got Along with the rest of the team, actually, because the rest of the team, like, I assume you have a basic Technic software that allows you to pull up different people's, like, cameras and stuff. And you can see
I'm just
through...
watching. It's like soap opera time right now.
Yeah, especially for you out in the van. And Deadbolt actually has his eyes still open, though he's unconscious. He's still, like, got his contact lenses looking up. You've got contact lenses, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I need to check to see if they fell out. I'll assume this time they haven't.
I've suffered enough.
You've suffered enough. But you can see kind of the contact lenses pointing up, and you see this figure move over him and kicks the taser away and starts going through pockets or something. You can't really tell exactly because you've got a very close-up, unfocused image.
Yeah. Does Deadbolt really have 11,000 credits on him right now? Or million on him right now? That sounds a little dangerous. Because this guy's just going to rip him off. That's all gone.
But is it on a cred stick? That's the thing. If it's just in your bank account, it's like, what's he going to do?
Yeah, if it's on the cred stick, because he's Shadowrun now.
He had some on a cred stick because we went to Lambeth 12 and he used a cred stick.
Oh no.
Probably wouldn't have brought it in with me because why on earth would I need...
amount that you've got on the cred stick at a time.
Like I wouldn't have brought it in because why on earth would I? Like I didn't even bring armor. I probably didn't bring any money.
You probably brought some money in a cred stick, but not much. Like you've got no purpose to bring a lot of money. You might need to, you know, buy something basic.
From a vending machine or something.
Yeah, vending machines might not accept cred sticks. They're kind of not widely accepted by legit sources because they're untraceable. But that brings us to Oscar. Gatto Alto, sorry, what are you going to do?
Oh, with all this commotion on the comms channel with Pseudo finally joining up, I'm going to hit my jazz, my auto-injector.
Oh, yeah! So...
Exactly.
I think it's a free action, isn't it, with the auto-injector?
No, it's not the
Simple.
first time I use it.
Okay.
It's a simple, yeah.
Okay. So with that, the auto-injector just straight into the lungs. And you're like...
I'm sure everyone hears that too. It's like the person who can't help and belch really loudly in a car with the windows closed because it's too hot outside and you got the air conditioning on and everyone just has to smell it. It's like, God damn it.
You've got the subvocal mic like directly below the little gas dispenser, so that every time you dispense gas, it gets straight over the mic. Yeah, do you want to roll your extra initiative?
I just noticed something looking at my initiative. I only rolled 3 dice, which is meat space initiative.
Yeah, you should have used the int mat button. Do you want to roll me extra dice?
Yeah,
On your character sheet,
I'll just
there's
roll
also-
another 2.
Yeah, there's Matrix Initiative on your character
Yeah, that
sheet.
one's set at 3d6, but I changed it to 5 because I'm in hot sim, but it didn't seem to go through.
It should be 4, not 5 in theory. 3 is cold, 4 is hot. Damn.
Don't I get +2 though because I'm a technomancer?
Yes, you should also get that. Is it not included in your matrix, in your int thing already? Yeah. Roll the extra stuff you need to roll, and then tell me the total for your initiative, and I'll add it on. Gatto, with that, this was a good hit. Maybe this is slightly more pure than you used to.
I don't know who I got it from because I keep hitting up people and they don't got none. And with the rest of my turn, I'm just gonna fumble through my equipment and try to find where the jazz is and make sure that I still have some left for later.
Okay. How many like things does it take? The auto injector? Just one or?
Normally, I'm sorry. You mean how much does it use each time?
How much does it have like in it? Like how many like clips?
It stores 5, but I have an expansion for it, so it stores 10 total.
Okay, cool. Do you get any bonuses to reaction and intuition on top of your +12 initiative?
One more reaction, yeah.
Okay, so that'll be a +13. Have you applied that? Sweet. Pseudo, is that 8?
Yeah, so I added it in there. It was
Okay.
22 before, so it's now up to 30.
How many d6 is that, by the way?
That was the extra 2.
Don't you only get extra 1 from cold sim to hot sim? It's just 1 difference.
But as a technomancer, I get +2 when I'm in hot sim.
+2 dice, or I think it's just a flat +2. I don't think it's +2 dice.
Well, we'll go to 24 then, and we'll just use the first of the dice. But I'll double check that for you. I'll get back to you on it.
Okay. You should have. I think you get a bonus to initiative anyway for being a technomancer, so you can add that on. Right. So with that new initiative pass, Oscar, you are now the fastest person of the bunch.
Oh well, it looks like I found the rest. We still got 9 charges of jazz in this thing. We're good. I don't have a very good memory. I don't remember that. I just filled the damn thing out this morning. But I'm gonna get the van turned on and tell everyone I'm ready at the front. If you guys need me, I'm ready at the front. Do you need a distraction? I got the bugs. I can always bring the bugs. Do you want the bugs? I'm pretty sure everyone can hear that I just hit up.
Okay, and so you get into the front of the van, you gun it, and you're going to bring it round to just under their window?
No, I'm not moving it yet.
Not moving it yet?
Parked,
okay.
We were parked... it's not on the map.
You are on the map where you parked, if you look at the ground floor.
Oh, okay, yeah, perfect. And there we are. Yeah, I just got it running then.
Okay. You can hold the rest of your action then, because you're, like, wirelessly linked to the van. You can gun it as a free action.
Yeah. Done.
In which case that brings us to Pseudo.
Okay, well, given that he's got a taser, and given that I've got a sprite out, I am telling Bite to start gremlinsing the taser.
Cool. Who's got a taser out?
Well, the guy in the room with Deadbolt has a taser, does he not?
He has
He
my
does have a
taser.
It's not out. If you can gremlins it if you
It's
want.
not out yet.
Oh, well, we'll gremlins that, sorry.
He was using a regular...
Sorry, when I
what kind
said
of
out,
pistol
I
was?
meant on his
Yeah.
person.
Is that
and
sustained,
Yeah,
or is
yeah.
that a...
Basically he's just gonna keep using gremlins. Effectively, I'm telling him to join combat, but then when he joins combat, any use of power is free. So on his turn, he's gonna use gremlins until I tell him to do something else.
Okay, so let's not bother like rolling him for initiative. Just roll the sprite's power, because since he'll be using it every turn,
Yeah,
and since he acts so fast,
the only thing with that is that the sprite might actually end up having extra turns over everyone else at the end of the initiative queue.
okay, fair enough. I mean, if you want to, I mean, he will just keep using the power until you order him elsewise. But yeah, I'll add something for you to. So, which sprite is this you're adding?
We are having Bite joining in.
Okay, I think I have. You can have.
You want to roll his
this.
initiative?
Yeah, you'll need to use the icon I'm putting on the board.
Okay, where are you putting it?
At
I
the
see.
top next to you.
I remember this face.
There we go.
I can't select it, however.
Oh, good
let
old
me
Bite.
change that permissions. Controlled by Pseudo.
There we go. Perfect. Right, I will get him to roll initiative. I've got to say, this character sheet is amazing.
It is.
Truly amazing.
Okay,
Mhm.
so he'll have
It's
a
a
minus
real
10
good
for
character
joining
sheet.
in the middle of combat, so that'll be a 23. And then he'll get to act on the next round. But he will just gremlins as soon as he gets to act.
Okay. And that was a simple action,
Yep.
but I don't have anything else particular to do, so I'm just going to chill.
I mean, simple
I'm gonna
action,
play
you can,
Tetris
you can
in my brain.
like, talk to people, like, a lot more if you want.
No, they seem to have this. Okay, I'm going to go back to my Tetris game.
Okay.
He's on like level 9 billion.
Yeah, that's what you happens when you got, like, Techmancer reflexes and you're doing hot sim. Tag.
So would something like a stim patch be able to be picked up wirelessly? Like, would he be able to see the, what's it called? The little marker or whatever in the
tag.
matrix for like.
It's quite possible. You would also theorize that they might well have something similar in a hospital, in the basic, like, carts that they have around the wards.
Sure. So how far can I move? On
what's
my
your movement
character
rate?
sheet,
I should say.
my movement rate appears to be 6 walking and 12 running. So I can move 12 meters running.
Yes, you'll be at -2 to do any, like, actions while running. You're
Yeah,
also
I'm not
at
even gonna
-2
do
to be
any-
shot at.
Yeah. So as I know that security is going down the hallway, I'm just going to leave my illusion where it is. I'm just going to run 12 meters this way, basically, down the hallway, trying to get to Deadbolt. And while I'm doing that, in the sub-vocal, Pseudo, you wouldn't happen to see stim patches or anything in the room that Deadbolt's in. And that's it. That's my turn.
Okay. I'm going to make a quick perception check to see if the guy can hear you running towards him. There could be a number of negatives on this, but
So far, this guy's been like Superman, so I wouldn't surprise.
three
I'd be
hits
surprised
again on
if
the
he-
6. He's doing above average every time.
Can we just rename him from private security? Just call him above average, so we can predict his action's going to be amazing.
I was gonna say he's not private security. This dude's like professional security. Like, what war did this guy fight in? Jesus.
Those are questions you can legit look into, but maybe later. With
kill him
that,
first.
everyone who's
I don't
looking
kill people.
through Deadbolt's like eyes right now, you see the guy get up and move out of camera view, moving in a tactical manner, like he's moving with purpose here.
When I see that, can I use my reaction or the rest of my turn that's been held to specifically note that from what I see and just tell that to people over comms, or no?
You would normally need to have your held action held for purpose and be like, I'm holding this for this,
Gotcha.
etc. Except for the fact that since you have a DNI, you are plugged into like the Matrix and stuff, and you can type and also send vague verbal stuff really, really quick. So
All right,
yes,
then as
you can
fast
just
as I
speak.
can, I'm gonna tell Tag he's left Deadbolt. He's coming to the corridor. Be ready. Be ready.
Tag, you can make me a perception check while running. It'll be a -2. And see if you can hear what happened. It'll be tough, but you can see if you can hear what happened.
What do you mean? Just hear something on my comm link?
No. To hear what happened in the room.
So, sorry, it's a little bit because he just told me what happened in the room. So would I need to perceive that? Like I just know
Oh,
now.
no, you
because
know
he told
exactly
me.
what Gatto told you, but I'm rolling. I want you to roll perception to tell anything extra. Like this is completely
Okay.
free perception check. So
All right, I wasn't sure exactly what I was trying to glean. That's all.
no, you don't hear anything extra from the room. It sounds quite silent in there. In fact, strangely silent for a fact there should be someone in there. That brings us to. This guy's already moved and used his entire movement, so he can't move any further. So he's just going to keep watching in that direction. He actually needs to make a test. When approached with the wrongness of his actions, he has to make a test based on logic plus willpower again, I think. However, he will have negatives again because it's not too wrong yet. No.
I don't think it's wrong at all yet, is it?
It depends.
He also doesn't get to make that test until force turns, so he has to wait 4 rounds or 4 turns.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, 4 complex actions until he's allowed to make
Was
the
it 4 or
test.
3?
When
I
faced.
think you only got 3 hits, didn't you, on that one?
It was force is what it's related to.
Oh, okay, cool. Gatto, you're back up.
Shouldn't it be Bite because he was waiting to join combat?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, bite. I didn't put bite at the top of the turn order.
Oh, that's fine. Right, so he's
As
going
a
to
question-
Gremlin's attack. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's fine. I can wait till my next turn.
Okay. Well, it is a hardware plus level attack. Let's see.
What does bite look like, by the way? He's shifting code,
Bite-
isn't he?
But is the big? That's because you're not used to looking in the Matrix. But he's a big kind of Studio Ghibli like garden golem with a very big expressive emoji face.
Okay. And
He
with
looks like a very happy Michelin man.
So with this, in the Matrix, to those of you who are looking for this specifically, which is pretty much just pseudo, this very large Michelin man sort of coalesces together and goes up to the taser and gives it a big hug.
You just stay puffed his taser. Oh my god.
It's resisted with...
Oh wow, it is resisted with device rating plus firewall.
Okay, so device rating times 2 in this case. He can't actually succeed, but I will roll anyway, just in case.
It's important for you to roll to find out how many hits you pull this down.
Okay,
by.
yeah.
You did not pull it down by enough. If it succeeds, it causes a glitch. But if it succeeds with over 4 hits, then it causes a critical
That was
glitch.
6, so that is a critical glitch on the taser.
Does it go off and shock him in the thigh or something?
It says in here,
If 4 or more net hits, then treat it as a critical glitch. The device crashes, burns out, jolts its user with electrical shock, or some other goodie picked by the games master.
You should just
Technically,
set it
the
on
taser
fire,
isn't-
Samsung style. Just ah! He goes
Technically,
running
the
down the
taser
hallway
isn't
on fire.
on right now, so I would say that if it was in his hand, it might jolt him, but since it's not in his hand, it won't jolt him. However, Pseudo, you think that him pulling the taser out would probably be a bad idea right about now. He doesn't know that, though.
Okay.
Gatto.
I'm getting antsy here, just sitting in the van. I'm gonna hold my action.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna hold my action specifically for any movement inside the room that looks like people are trying to get out.
Okay, cool. Pseudo.
Okay, I'm going to... Well, I imagine that any stim packs or anything like that are not hidden in the room. Can I see them in the Matrix? Are they broadcasting at all?
Yeah, most
you
of the
want me to
stuff in
make a
there is
puzzle?
happily broadcasting, letting people know where it is in case of emergency and for stock-taking reasons. One of the carts that's pushed against the wall right now in that room, opposite the bed, kind of moved out of the way because there's a lot of other machinery around the bed, has basically what is effectively a first aid kit. I mean, it's a more professional hospital version of first aid kit, less for noobs and more for people who know what they're doing, but it does have a selection of different stim packs in there.
Okay. Well, then I reply to Tag. He just gets a text message coming through. Actually, no. Did you say I could talk to him, but without actually having to vocalize it because I'm in the hot sim?
You can effectively use your Matrix voice through his earbuds.
Well, okay then. Tag hears me replying to him. Cart ID 337 Alpha 2 Zulu 4 Lima against the wall near the door. Several med packs, stim packs.
Is that pinged in any way on my comlink? For my...
You can totally put like a little marker over it in his like glasses.
You better do it because I'm Matrix handicapped. Just put a big glowing arrow that like points at it with like horns and confetti flying everywhere.
Well, see, the thing is I'm pseudo, and I don't assume that anyone doesn't see the world the way I do. So
Tag, you can take your free action to tell him you have no idea what he means. It has to be a short, but you can say it.
It's as soon as
Too
there's
complicated.
Any type of indication,
Mark it for me.
As soon as there's any type of indication that there's a specific thing that needs to be like identified and Tag doesn't see it right away, I'm just assigning all the kind of markers you can imagine. Everything. Just everything. Like 50,000 markers appear over.
He hears what is effectively a Matrix sigh, and now there's an arrow over the cart that says, apply this to ouch. And then there's a little picture of a Band-Aid over a frowning little emoji face.
Okay.
I sub-vocalize back, hey, go.
Gatto, do you want me to make like an electronic warfare plus logic check? I'm just gonna spitball this because it's mostly fluff, but
We have to find electronic warfare now.
I do feel like though there's a point where like there's so many markers it becomes a problem for actually finding the thing.
Well, does Tag have AR active right now? I'm
No,
assuming
I have
he
to look
can
at
see
my
the-
phone. I don't have any augmentations at all. That's my first paycheck is going to buy some glasses with AR display.
Oh my god.
right now Tag literally has to take a simple action to go, right, where is the
That's okay. I can do that.
Okay, so that was a glitch, but with one success. Tag, which comlink are you running right now?
It's just like a meta link, whatever.
Roll me 2 die. Oh no, it's your intuition plus 1 die. It's intuition plus firewall, so intuition plus 1.
Intuition plus 1. Oh no! One thing I would add for the character sheet, if the creator is watching, if you could add a button to let us roll base stats, that'd be super awesome. It's fine though. I'll just use the SR dice button. So it was 4.
So you glitched
No!
as well with 1 success. So your firewall holds up mostly. However, for some reason, your comlink just starts playing like some random electro music. Not sure why. Gatto.
It's on a Metalink speaker too, so it's basically MIDI. God damn it.
Basically.
Gatto.
Oh, that's awesome.
You glitched. So accidentally, while you were trying to do this, you also started playing the speaker, like the radio for the van you're in, and that's what you're piping through to Tag right now, right through the comlink. So both of you are just constantly have this electro music playing in the background for both of you now.
Beautiful.
Right, that brings us to Tag. You've moved your full movement this turn, so you can't do any more movement this turn.
Had I finished?
Oh, that's all I can do?
Sorry, did you have anything left, Pseudo?
Yeah, I was going to say, what was sending that? I was assuming that was a simple
It'll be a
action
simple
or a
action.
complex. Okay, well with that then, I'm summoning Bit, which is a
It's
simple
Bit
action.
the rolling code.
How can you forget my sprite so easily?
That sounds like glitch more.
He doesn't have them tattooed into his underwear like you do.
I haven't got tattooed in my underwear. They're tattooed on my ass.
I was about to say, like, there are pictures of them, like, around your bed, like, on the roof and stuff.
Bit is this little, like, it's a sphere moving around.
Oh, yeah, it's
only
Bit from
responding
Tron.
yeses or no.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. No. No. Yes. Okay. And with that, Bit appears next to you.
He just starts orbiting
VR.
me because I haven't got enough actions to actually
Yeah.
tell him what to do.
That brings us to next initiative pass, which is just Bite, who's going to continue sustaining the glitch.
I didn't get
'cause
my
that's a
turn.
turn.
I had
Oh,
one.
sorry. Attack, yeah.
Yeah, so I had a question. If I astrally perceive somebody, can I cast on them?
Yes. Depends what you're casting. You need to be casting a astral spell, I think, rather than physical. No, you can cast a physical spell. It takes you a simple action to switch to astral perception, though.
Yeah, that's. I was gonna say I'm gonna swap to astral perception, and next turn I'm gonna influence the guy to shoot himself in the neck with a taser.
Okay, you switch to astral perception. Make me... The problem is astral perception is blocked by refined objects and stuff. Actually, you'd know this before you switch over. So before you switch over, if you're trying to look through like a wall at him, you wouldn't be able to because the wall is a refined object. You require line of sight still.
How was I looking at people inside the apartment building then last
You were
session
diving
when I was
in
just like
through
flying
like
around?
walls and stuff, and they couldn't see you.
But I stayed outside. I never went inside. I like hovered outside the building.
You did actually have to go inside. I did mention it at the time, and you started flicking through some of the apartments.
So I can't use a sensing or anything?
You can use a sensing to test like magic and stuff and life signs-ish, but you can't see through someone through an object. There's a spell like remote sensing for that if you want to use that, but there is no way of seeing through a refined object. The more refined it is, the more it's just blocks line of sight and so on. Only living objects do anything fancy in the Matrix. Sorry, in Astral. Give me a sec. There we go.
Okay, so unfortunately there's nothing I can do then, so I'm just going to pass this turn. I've used up my movement and there's no physical action I can actually take.
You can hold actions if you want, just in case.
I mean, I guess if he steps out, I'll stun bolt the shit out of him. I'll hold that, I guess.
So then we get to the next turn, which is just Bite sustaining the glitch. Which means we need to roll initiative again. So if everyone could kindly roll me initiative again.
Yep, me.
Well, no, because Bite doesn't sustain glitch. He does glitch every turn, and it acts as a glitch. Like, that taser is now critically glitched, but Bite will carry on doing it until I tell him to stop doing something else. So he can keep piling glitches on. So should I just roll his glitch again?
Sure, I guess enough critical glitches. I will say the taser just goes crazy or whatever. So yeah, if you want to just roll glitch really quick.
At least somebody's got dice today. Jesus.
Yeah, consistently rolling above average. That's resisted with Firewall and Intuition. It's Firewall for the device, Intuition.
Device
yeah.
rating and firewall, but yeah. So, yeah, still 4, so it's another critical glitch.
So, another critical glitch piles on. Yeah, I would say it discharges at this point. The taser, despite not being on, just randomly flicks itself on and instantly discharges into its holster. Oh dear. Let's find the taser stats.
I assume the holster would be rubber or something, so it wouldn't really send the charge through.
It depends if the person's clever enough to have a taser holster or not. Yes, so he's going to have to resist 9 stun, AP -5. That's going to be fun. 3.
Bite is currently orbiting Pseudo, just kind of pulsing in time with the music, by the way.
Awesome. So that leaves him with 8 damage resist.
Fantastic.
He's going to use a point of edge to re-roll 7 of those.
That's better.
That's better. He still takes 5 stun damage. And instantly takes a -5 to his initiative. Which is the end of the round anyway when that happens, so that doesn't make a difference. And he takes a -1 on his next action. And Tag, you hear a... Ah! And a guy stumble against the wall that you're only a few meters from.
Okay.
So
Do
yeah,
I hear him fall down?
You can't really tell. It doesn't really sound like it off the top of your head, but you could tell if you wanted to roll a quick perception check, but you'd have to score quite highly.
Could I get a thing for bits, please, as well?
Oh, yes. We need to get bit as well. Scrolly, scrolly, scrolly.
I like how Chad has determined we have a Dice Lord in Pseudo, an Edge Lord in Tag, a Jazz Lord in Gato, and a Dead Lord.
I was waiting for it. Oh, so good.
You're just really unlucky that first shot just masked out like my roll, man.
I'm gonna get very good at being unconscious, aren't I?
Yes.
You've got to get this practicing now, man. Okay,
I feel like this won't be the last time, by far.
Right, I need to roll Init Fizz.
I'm really curious, when Deadbolt fell, did he happen to fall on the syringe he was carrying?
It is a protective nib on it. Just for such circumstances.
Was it meant to carry his weight on the tip?
That kind of designed vaguely for this purpose. Right, Bite.
Okay, well, since Bite joined combat and has thoroughly messed up the taser, he's going to start gremlinsing the comlink.
Okay. What order did you give him? I think you gave him the order to gremlins the taser.
I told him to join combat. I clarified it for you. I just said he's joining combat, but once he's in combat, powers are free.
Yeah, but he only continues the action you've given him. So what action did you give him?
Join combat.
Join
and when
combat.
in combat, he'll attack. That's literally what it says. It says once they're in, powers are free within that combat.
Yeah,
They'll
it depends what he would
effectively
do depending on how he feels like his action should be carried out. But yeah,
I
he'll go for the
imagine
comlink.
seeing the taser explode, he thinks, yeah, that's thoroughly fried. I shall move on to something else. So I shall once again. Well, it's getting lower and lower every time. This is the comlink now, so might have a much better defensive stance.
Benson's been having kind of a rough week in this show. He got his face burned off. Got shot right between the eyes with a gel round. That's gotta hurt too.
Yeah.
I can't feel good.
That's gonna,
5
yeah,
successes, 5 resist.
Get a bruise.
The glitch bounces off. Bits up.
It literally has nothing to do yet because I haven't told him what to do.
Okay, in which case he's going to hold his action, which means that he will act when you act, but he'll be at -1 for a held action. Pseudo.
I'm going to tell Bit to join combat on targeting the other officer.
Okay. So Bit will instantly take his action. What would Bit do?
Well, to make it a bit more fair, because I've just told him to join combat, do you want to like roll a random dice to find out what they're going to work on? Because as machine sprites, it makes sense for them in combat to gremlins things.
Yeah, in which case you gremlins the main
more
gun, because the main
fair.
gun is the one that's out and it's the most lethal.
Okay, well, fair enough then.
A bit more fair.
A bit more fair. Oh, that was -1, so just take off one of the highest dice.
Okay, 5 hits. The gun would resist, actually, because it gets to replace its fire with the comlink because it's attached. However, its device rating will still be the low. Ooh, whoops, that was the complex dice roller.
Good thing somebody's got dice today. That's all I gotta say. All it takes for one person to have hot dice, though, for a good run.
Crit glitch. The gun immediately discharges as he's going around the corner. He looks somewhat surprised, and the slide locks back. It jams at the same time. I also need to roll to see where that bullet goes. I'm gonna just roll like 2 die. I'm gonna take the total and see how.
No, not
Oh,
into
no.
the children's ward.
No. It's not gonna be a
Oh.
children's ward. It's gonna hit David.
I knew it.
Again.
I knew it. David!
Slap.
Yeah, so I didn't roll like a double one or anything, so the bullet just flies off down the corridor. No one knows where it went. Pseudo, you've got another simple action, right?
Yeah. At that point, I comlink through to tag. I'm distracting the guards, but you're gonna have to move fast.
Anything else? That's like a free action for you.
Oh, okay. If I was holding myself back a little bit. Okay, so I'm distracting the guards.
You
You're gonna have to
are
act
plugged
fast.
into the very essence of the Matrix. You can take a lot more stuff in the same amount of time anyone else can. So feel free to be a little bit long with your explanations and say tag in the mundane.
Okay. All right. So I say you're gonna have to act fast. The guard with Deadbolt, shocked, knocked down. His taser's useless. His gun is useless. He's got more up his sleeve, and you better hope he's not handy with his fist.
Tag, you're up.
Okay, so can I get into the room? It says it's 5 meters. So can I
Yeah, that's
get
going
in?
diagonally. You'd have to go sort of 10 meters because you have to go along and around and then in.
Okay.
But yeah, you can run
I need
that
an
10
exact
meters.
amount between 5 and 10 because I can walk 6. So like, is it
It would be
longer?
more than 6. It would be 6 to get to the door and then a couple of meters in, so you'd have to run.
Okay, so I move up to the doorway and I take a position alongside of it.
Sure.
And I go, "There's a shooter out here! Help!" And then I make my illusion fire several more shots.
Okay. The illusion fires several more shots, which is actually technically at the private security contractor right now. Feel free to make a perception roll. -2 because you ran. No, you didn't run, so no minuses.
Yep.
I like how you're yelling that at a guy who just tased himself and shot his gun by accident.
It was mostly just testing to see if he's unconscious or not. I'm trying to see if I can get a response because I don't know if he's live or not in there.
Vague panting and it's like someone's trying to steady themselves after taking an injury, and
Okay.
movement of someone's like cloth, like someone's back against the wall, but you are literally like apparently about 30 centimeters from them through the wall. You are literally on the other side of the wall right now.
Should I be making any kind of con check for that?
Yeah, I will actually want you to make a. It's not necessarily lying. It's more sort of a performance. I've got to be careful to get performance in more. It'd be a performance check. Right. Wound modifier -1. Got to remember that for everything this guy's got. Intuition plus charisma.
Oh, he's not that hurt then if he only has a -1.
You don't get a response. That brings us to security. Let me just double check your spell. Is it passes or turns he can't check for?
I think it's complex actions, like it's force times 3 seconds or whatever. Yeah, and then if he fails it like 3 times in a row, it becomes truth in his mind or something like that, if I remember correctly. Like at a certain point, the illusion becomes truth to him. Like, and he no longer gets to resist.
That's a really powerful spell.
Yeah, it's crazy good. There's no reason to take any other mental... Because all the other mental manipulation spells have a limit, whereas influence, you tell them what you want them to think, and after a certain amount of time, it happens, which makes it better than mind control.
The target carries a suggestion of its own idea. If confronted with the wrong suggestion, you can attempt to overcome it. The suggestion fades after 1 minute equal to net hits. None of that's actually in the influence spell. It just says, when accompanied with the wrongness, he can make a check to overcome it.
But he can only make the check, like, force number of times or whatever.
No, it's literally, it's not in the book.
It's in the illusion section. It's in the mental manipulation section. If you go back at the beginning of the section, there's more rules for every spell. Like at the beginning header. I think it's in there somewhere. And if it's not, then I guess I was just completely and totally wrong.
While the spell is sustained, the target may make a complex action to resist. The one being controlled can take this action even if they wouldn't get an action because of the spell. The spell ends when your net hits are reduced to 0. The rest of it doesn't seem to be in there, but it does mean that I only reduce net hits, not snap out of it. He would have got to check every turn. And it's a complex action,
so it's his turn entirely to try and resist.
Yeah, even if he wouldn't be allowed to because he's doing other stuff. I'm going to say, because we just got that wrong, that he'll start resisting from now on. So he's going to make a
But he only resists if he's aware that it's wrong. So he would have to become aware that it's wrong before he can resist.
And it's a complex action on his turn. But he's already been accompanied with the wrongness of it. He's also got shot at by your illusion now.
Yeah, my thing is, why would he attempt a full action resist if he doesn't even know the enchantment exists in the first place, is my thing. It makes no sense logically.
Like, right now, he wants to check the stairwell. He really wants to check the
stairwell.
Oh, no,
I'm fine that this guy is checking, but I'm saying in future cases...
Oh, yeah.
If I cast because we're going to have to hash this out eventually anyway, so if I influence somebody...
Well, we can check it later and go through it again, just to make sure that there aren't any missed bits and stuff. Manipulation spells get complicated. So he's going to resist. He gets 2 successes. Does that reduce your net hits by 2?
I don't know. I don't have my book right now.
Okay, well, he's not broken out of it yet, which means that he's gonna... For some reason, he's like, I know I just got shut up by the illusion, but I really want to check this stairwell. He's now in the stairwell itself, checking it out. That brings us to Oscar.
I'm just enjoying the music, man. Bouncing in the driver's seat here, turning it up. I hope Tag is enjoying it too. Held actions is going to be in case anyone comes out. I'm only watching, what is it called? Ward 4?
Yeah, room 4B is the one next to the multi-occupancy room.
4B? Can I ask Tag, are you in the right room?
You can respond as a free action if you want with a short response.
I respond, getting Deadbolt next door.
As you raise your comlink to say that, you notice that if you wave your comlink over something in the room, there's a little marker over something there. That brings us to Bite again. New initiative pass.
Okay. Bite will continue trying to take out the comlink.
Yeah, every hit the target gets reduces the caster net hits by 1. So you're on 1 hit currently on that guy. Okay, and that was the comlink, so it's going to be resisted.
I mean, with influence, it's entirely possible that the forum that I was reading was using 4th edition rules, because there's a lot of people that didn't bump up to 5th edition, so it sounds like they were talking about the same spell but different rules, maybe.
So the guy's comlink in there...
Not a critical glitch, it's just a regular glitch.
Yeah, it glitches, doesn't critical glitch. Tag, suddenly that electro music that's playing through your earbud, you also hear it through the wall.
Some of those this is probably, you know, one of those songs in this timeline where
It's all the rage
like
right now.
everyone hates it. It's
Yeah.
everywhere. People are so
It's like
sick of it.
Gangnam Style. Like when it was at peak, it's just everyone's playing it.
But like you knew about it when it only had like 20,000 views on the video.
I mean, yes,
And so it's
Pseudo's
just
a
like,
massive
it's so
hipster,
burned out right now.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I had to. Someone got sick at a restaurant I was working at, so I had to be the bartender for a Chinese New Year's party, and everyone just wanted to have Gangnam Style all day long. It was horrible.
There's so many better dance tracks too. It's just like
Pseudo,
like
what
all
are
you need
targeting
is a
here?
loop of
Bit was targeting. Is the weapon just glitched or did it critically glitch?
It
Critically
jammed.
glitched then
critical glitch.
jammed. So again, I'm fine with you just picking something at random that he's got because it feels a little bit.
Okay.
Because like Pseudo has.
I
a-
assume he'd go for the taser. Like it's the next most dangerous item
Okay.
in its theory. So the taser would roll.
I mean, it makes sense that it would go for weapons since it's been told to join combat. So
Yeah. I believe you're allowed to replace device rating with intuition if the person's defending it. But that puts it at 7 dice. Like if the person set it up, so 2 successes.
Wow.
Sadly, apparently this guy's on form with his defense of his taser. And
it's just a bit. Is a gentle soul. Doesn't like combat.
No. That brings to Pseudo.
Okay, at this point, now that I can actually tell that Tag is in the right area, that arrow that I put up there that was just frustration, that goes away. There's now actually like the sort of how-to message. You know, like on the trains it says break glass in case of emergency. It's now like the interactive version of that, just hovering above the thing saying how to apply.
Are you just
where
playing
to
like
apply.
one of the YouTube videos of how to use your stim patch? It goes, first,
No,
remove the
it's-
protective
it's-
seal.
I imagine it's like a little hovering neon thing with actual like little animated people doing stuff, you know, literally like the how-to list of things to do that goes on all the patches, but is now actually hovering above the item.
Okay.
I imagine that's a simple action.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. With that, I'm dismissing Bite. Bite has been very, very useful, but I'm dismissing. He's done enough.
Bite. I'm just going to remove the track.
That's
There we go. Okay, that brings us to Tag.
Let me see what I have that's an AoE that I can throw into the room. But I'm not walking around that corner. I know he's just camped out on that corner. What do I have here? Well, I don't have a ton of options.
Bear in mind that you would know that Deadbolt is pretty close there if you go with an AoE.
Yeah, I don't have one anyways right now that would I don't have anything right now that wouldn't affect him at the same time as the other dude.
You can
And
use
so
a simple
basically-
action to take cover, and then you can poke your head around and try and cast like that. You would count as having full cover.
Cast is a full action though. I can't cast, and then I have the reckless cast.
casting. Yeah.
And reckless cast just makes the drain absolutely absurd. So it's like, I'll probably never use that. Like it's like +3 to the drain dice or something like that. It's bad. It's really bad. Fuck it. It's gonna come out this way anyways. I step inside the room.
You step inside the room. Okay, the private security guy. He has a held action, which is to shoot the next hostile person coming around the corner. The problem is, you're wearing scrubs, but you did shout out for help, and he thinks that you're probably an enemy.
I'm
so
not
I
wearing
will say,
scrubs. I got my suit on. I was the client.
oh, you've got your suit on, yeah. And you're not obviously hostile, but he does know there's a mage in the area. I'm gonna say make a performance check as you walk around. It's gonna be tough, but you might just
Bring
avoid
out
this
those
entirely.
finger
His held
puppets.
action might go off after you get a chance to act.
I mean, I shouldn't have even rolled that if it was going to be tough, because a tough is like a 5-hit scenario, so it's like I can't even physically do that. So
But I mean, it's just gonna be tough because he's got like quite a few of his own dice. He's reduced to
This is the guard in the room with Deadbolt, yeah?
yeah,
Yes.
3 successes. Yeah.
The guy
he
who has
sees you.
no working weapons.
He suspects that something's wrong. He's got a gel round pistol. He's going to take his chances. And struggling a little bit, holding his side where his taser went off, you can see there's kind of a little burn patch on his suit. He raises the pistol and shoots you very close range.
Is this the gun that you had out and shot?
Yeah,
Deadbolt
and
with?
what happens is, click, floop, the mag falls out of the gun, hits the ground. He kind of looks at it, looks at you, looks at it, looks at you. He has to make a surprise check now, or he will be surprised and get a -10 to his initiative. But his action's actually already been taken. He's actually got a simple action left, so he will need to make a surprise check.
Over the comms, you just hear Gato laughing.
Imagine he's just like, he's got his feet up in the van, he's eating popcorn. He's got the feet up on like the
I
windscreen
am
of the
not
van.
relaxed. Not at all.
It's a good point.
His taser's out. He can't get into. He could get into range and melee you if he quick draw. Nah, he throws the pistol at you.
I don't even know where the damage from that comes from. Like,
I'm gonna
just
have to
hit
improvise, but it's a thrown weapon.
As I see this about to happen, you just hear more and more laughter. Oh, this poor bastard.
But Tag, that would be in his turn because that was his held action. So Tag, you get to act.
so movement in Shadowrun is a simple action, correct?
Movement in Shadowrun is independent of your action.
Oh, so I still have my full action left.
Yep.
Okay. Honestly, it's super tempting to just melt this dude's face off. Like, it's really, really tempting. But at the same time, influence is so much better, and I can just be like, throw yourself out the window. And he's using willpower and shit, which he's terrible at, whereas if I throw a spell at him, he's just gonna dodge it anyways. Unless it's a mana spell, I guess. I'll hit him with a stun bolt.
Okay.
I hope you're not saying all this out loud.
No, I'm gonna hit him with a
Pseudo
stun
would
bolt
be
just because
very,
I haven't
very
cast
sad.
anything fun yet.
Very disappointed.
I'm trying not to murder people. My priest, it doesn't go along with the whole religious bend if I'm out here just being like, acid spray to the face. You are formally just absolutely wrecked for the rest of your life. Have fun looking like Harvey Dent.
I'd be
You
in
know?
Ask
full
yourself,
panic
Tag,
mode, though.
what would
I'd-
Jesus do?
I'd be
Jesus
in full
did flip
panic
some
mode,
tables in
though.
the temple.
Because if you had him chuck himself out the window, there immediately would be security from the ground floor checking out that exact spot. And I'm like, that's where we're supposed to be evacuating from. That'd be terrible. Don't do that.
Tag, do you want to roll the stun bolt?
Yeah, I will. I don't know how much health he has, so I don't know what to hit him with.
Oh, hit him hard.
I'm gonna hit him with a... I think it's just hits damage, technically. I don't think force comes into this one. Let me check it real fast.
Okay. Well, Tag checks. Gallo, do you want to go next? Because technically you're tied with the next guy, so.
How long are you going to be tagged? We can't just stick around dicking with guards all day. They're going to call for more security from down below up to come up top.
Are we just taking Gatto's turn?
Yeah, Gallo's
Yeah.
just taking his turn while you quickly check that.
Cool.
He
I'm
asked
just
you
watching
how
the
long you're
screens.
going to be dicking around with guards.
That was his entire action?
Well, I'm holding the rest in case anything comes out the window, and it better not be a guard's ass.
Okay. So, we got Stun Bolt. It is a direct spell, which means that it is boxes of stun damage equal to net hits on an opposed test. So my spell casting magic against his body or willpower. So it's going to be willpower for him that he's resisting with. I'm going to cast it at Force 1. Actually, I'm going to cast it at Force... I'm going to save some reagents here. I'm going to cast it at Force 3, and I'm going to push it up to Force 7.
Okay. So he's resist with body plus willpower, was it?
No, it's just willpower.
Ooh, just willpower.
Yeah, that's why direct spells are good. They deal less damage, but you don't get to resist them for shit, and they automatically hit.
Yeah, I resist
So it's
0.
Well, here we go. 7 successes. He takes 7 stun damage.
Yeah, you just come around the corner. You're like, okay, well, flip, and you channel this stun bolt into him, pulling from some of your. What are your reagents, by the way?
My reagents inside my coat. I have a bunch of labeled vials that all have like little holy symbols on them and stuff like that of varying different like colors and dispositions. And I take them out and I just like flick them through the air, and you can see them slowly like coalescing with the magical energies in the astral as I like pull them in and catch them and all kinds of stuff.
Okay, so momentarily this guy leaning back about to throw his pistol at you is a little bit taken aback as you pull out some vials and just start splashing him with a little bit of water, and it sort of evaporates slightly, and you know the essence has been pulled out to channel your spell, and then he gets pushed back against the wall and just collapses to the ground. He is unconscious.
Cool.
If someone takes enough stun damage that they take physical damage, like Deadbolt, do they actually show physical appearance? Is it something you could see visually, this physical damage?
Yeah, I mean, like, if you imagine someone might start bleeding from their ears, or from their tear ducts, or from their nose, that sort of thing.
Did I
Do I
cross
have
the
like a
threshold of the
fractured
barrier
eye
yet?
socket right now?
It's not quite bad enough for fractured eye socket at 1p, but you knocked around a little bit. Like, one of your teeth may be a little bit loose from the pressure on the orbital bone.
Did I cross the mana barrier yet?
Yeah, you would have crossed the mana barriers as soon as you went through the door.
Okay, so I need to make a charisma and willpower test to see what stuff I maintain and what I bring with me and whatnot.
Yes, you do, for your initiative especially. Anything else you've got with you? It's just your initiative you've got on you right now.
Yeah, it's just my initiative at the moment that would be traveling through the barrier with me.
Okay.
So to travel through the barrier would just be 10d6.
Versus the barrier times 2, is it?
I think it's just versus the barrier's rating. I'm pretty sure. I can check it real fast. The
If you
barrier
want
was
to check
3.
it real fast, because it doesn't matter until we get around to your turn again.
Yeah, I don't think the barrier rolls. I think I roll versus its force, and if I exceed its force with my charisma willpower, I just go straight
times
through.
2, which actually benefits you rather than it threshold. So
I think it's the other way. I'll check it though.
Well, you check that. The other private security contract in the stairwell is going to wondering about the wrongness of what's going on. Going to roll. And he snaps out of his influence. Not that you would know this, because you're too far away from him to tell.
Yeah,
also,
and it's not sustained, so I wouldn't know. I don't.
Yeah. By the way, your illusion, you would need to check if the illusion's still there. Because you need to take that with you, because you're sustaining the illusion, aren't you?
Yeah.
Did you take a -2 on the stun bolt for a sustain?
No. So
You can drop
I don't
the
know how we
illusion
want to
if you
retcon that.
Or
It's however you want to use it at this point.
I mean, in
I
retcon, you
forgot
can
to
either
put the
drop that
-2
or
in.
drop the damage of the spell. It's up to you.
Oh yeah, then I'll drop the illusion.
Yeah. You drop the illusion before you cast the spell.
Well, he passed through the barrier before he cast it anyway, right? So
Yeah, but I would have wondered if Tag would have deliberately dropped that knowing he was going to cast a spell. It's fine. That brings us to end of round. Have you found what the mana barrier is yet?
No, I'm still working my way through.
Okay.
I don't have the page marked. I should have put it on the. I should
That's
have
fine.
put
It
it ahead
doesn't
on
matter
my
until a little bit. Bit.
character sheet.
Okay, Bit is going to try and, once again, live up to Bite's sterling example, frankly, because Bit is letting the side down a little bit. Team Sprite is feeling a little bit underwhelming.
All right. Well, I'm going to resist with the taser, which glitches, doesn't critically glitch. So the taser jams. It just ejects.
I hate the fifth.
Huh?
I hate the 5th edition glossary so much. It says mana barriers, page 361. I get there. It's a gear listing for sensor equipment. And I'm just like, these goddamn typos, dude. This book is the worst.
Yeah, the editing is atrocious. And with that, the taser does something. That brings to Pseudo.
Okay, well, I'm going to beat over to Gato. what are you doing right now? Are you able to offer any help? I'm joining in on this midway through. I was watching a little bit through the comlinks, but it seems that Zod is really sent us to dope some suspiciously difficult target.
It's the barrier times 2, by the way. I just checked.
It's barrier times 2.
316.
I just found it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's it. They said 361 and it's 316. See what the? That or my dyslexia is acting up. One or
And
the
with
other.
that, as you push through the barrier,
Oh wow!
pop, 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 pop. All of your
Holy
stuff is
shit! It
spelled.
rolled. It was a force 3, wasn't it?
It was a force 5. No, this one was force 3. Sorry, I got that wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna say. How do you have that many dice with a force 3?
Yeah, with that, you get 3 success, which allows you to bring back your spell. There's nothing else, is there?
That's it. I just hold my increased reflexes. That's it.
Cool. Does that pop the mana barrier?
No, that's me sleazing through it basically, and it
Okay.
doesn't indicate. It's me sneaking through essentially, like a ninja.
Pseudo.
Okay, well, like I said, I just sent that message over to Gato. Since that's basically going to be a free action, though I said quite a lot, so we'll say it's a simple. But I've got 3 marks on that guy's comlink, don't I?
The guy who's down? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to quickly look for any family references, any connections to his sin, like if it's got any next of kin, donor lists, anything like listing children, loved ones.
Who's that matrix search on? Sorry, I missed it.
Okay.
Since I've got like 3 marks on the comic, I imagine I could just have a quick look at, okay, there's going to be a listing for whether he's a donor, who's his next of kin, in case he needs to be notified, blah, 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 blah.
Send this guy pictures of his kids from his Facebook page. Just leave them in his messages. Yeah, gangster shit.
It's pretty brutal, Pseudo, but sure. You go through it. Like, make me a computing plus logic limited by data processing, just to see how much you go through, how quickly.
Okay. Computing plus logic. Let me see if I've got anything that actually fits that bill. Limited by data processing, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to roll reboot device because that has all of the right stats for it anyway, but it's not reboot device. 5.
Okay, so quite quickly you go through it, and you get the impression very early on that this comlink is a work comlink. It doesn't seem to have any family contacts on it. It has a couple of contacts, all of which are labeled as technology or similar. There's one that's labeled as handler. There's one that's labeled as team 2, and there's a couple of others similarly labeled.
Do I have his name or anything like that?
You would, actually. His name is Edu White.
Edu White, did you say?
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
EDU. Echo
okay.
Delta Uniform.
Okay, thank you. Nice and simple, actually. I'm not used to names being that simple. Damn. I like the trend. I like the trend in Shadowrun. This is going good. This is going in a good direction.
Rocks fall, Nasan dies.
And that's it for that initiative pass. We're going to drop out of combat time for the moment, because everyone's kind of in a situation where everyone thinks they're in a safe place, and if you encounter combat again, you'd have to roll surprise checks again, so we might as well.
So I close and lock the door behind me.
Okay.
I can also search the guard for, does he have a key to the door? Does it have a manual lock or a key card lock?
There is a keycard lock. You search the guard. You quickly find that there is a key card that you can lock the door with if you need to. And you...
Given that we're in regular time, I call bit back at this point. And sorry, you were going to say something there, Black?
I was actually going to take the pistol that he threw at me, son of a bitch, and I'm going to take the handle of it, and I'm just going to smack the card reader on it as much as it just damage the shit out of it in the hopes that it shorts the whole thing out.
Are you on the
and
inside
makes
or
it
the
not
outside?
function.
In the inside.
On
so
the
you're
inside
trying to
of the door.
Okay. Cool. Make me a melee club attack. It'd be a club attack.
While I do that, I say, Pseudo, can you jam this door up so the cars don't work?
Yeah, I can. And then I...
So you hear tung, 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 even though you've already answered in the affirmative.
I
What was
don't
the
think
test?
that's not necessary, Tag. You don't want to do that. You set off an alarm in the hospital zone. Don't do that, Tag.
The sound of the dunk stops, and you can actually see me through. Actually, I don't have any AR, but maybe through the camera on the guy who's knocked out, you see a gun hit the floor next to my feet.
What's the deal with the deadbolt? Is he okay? Is he okay?
Hold on. I go to the spot with my phone now that I've locked the door, and I look for the stim patches. And if I find them, I'm just gonna slap one on his neck real fast.
Yeah, you quite quickly find like a whole different, like a load of stim patches with slightly different colored like bands on the corners.
Okay. I slap it on his neck.
Sure. Roll me a d6.
Can I make a biology check since that's applicable to figure out what these are?
It would be a first aid check or medicine, not biology.
Okay, I just didn't know if maybe I could use biology at a penalty as a fill-in.
Do you not have the other two?
No, I don't have the other
Okay,
two.
I'd let you make a non-defaulted check, but you wouldn't get any bonuses. So you wouldn't get the -2.
I thought a default was a -1.
I'd have to double check. I think it's a -2.
Yeah, because on the character sheet, anything you don't have a skill in has a -1 next to it.
Oh. I'll double check.
So was that medicine or first aid, non-defaulted, I guess is what you said?
Yeah, whichever one you want.
Okay. That's going to be... Medicine is linked with int? Or is it logic? I think it's logic.
Medicine is logic.
Okay. One success.
You're not entirely sure. You've never really had to deal with this stuff directly before. But they seem to indicate different strengths.
And what were the colors?
They range from a sort of a cool green, it's kind of a more pale, not like a vibrant green, all the way through to like a sort of deep red.
Are you mumbling anything while you're looking through this stuff?
It doesn't seem that difficult. I slap one of the light greens on him.
Okay. Let me just find the stim patch section here to get this exactly
I mean, I could
right.
point my camera at it and be like, pseudo, matrix search what the shit these are, but that makes me seem like an idiot, so I'm just going to slap a green one on him.
You know, at some point, seeming like an idiot's not bad, because Pseudo could look it up
Okay,
pretty quick.
so this patch removes the number of boxes of stun damage equal to its rating. The effect lasts for rating times 10 minutes. After that period of time, the patient takes rating +1 unresisted stun damage, which will overflow. While the stim patch is in effect, the character is unable to rest. Frequent use of stim patches may require addiction tests. Treat it as an addiction rating, blah, 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 blah. With that, Deadbolt. Ugh. Where did you put him on tag?
Huh? I slapped it on his neck.
Okay, cool. Deadbolt. Poof. You are now up. You also have 5 boxes of stun is removed.
Ooh, I'm so glad I didn't
Alright.
use one of the bigger ones. Holy shit, if that little one did 6. Oh my god.
Right, so I've just been sort of like slumped against one of the walls, eyes open. I just go, oh, jeez, and
I tap
look
him on the
around
side of
and
his
work out
face.
where I am.
All right, buddy?
Good. You're up.
I think so.
Where's the syringe? Is it okay? Is the
While
syringe okay?
this has been going on, from the moment that I was asked to actually lock the door, I invoked my crack sprite, which is Glitch. And I told Glitch to hack on the fly and get a mark on the door. So can I go ahead and get him to do that?
Sure.
Okay. So hack on the fly would be, let me just double check what that involves.
I say, Deadbolt, give him the syringe real fast. Me and Pseudo are working on the door right now. We're going straight out this window. 4C's done. We're not going that way. And then, would a stun spell blast out the window? I need the window to be blasted out.
You could always throw the gun.
No, it's resistant. It literally takes nothing from stun damage. Stun
come
Bolt
on.
is a mana spell,
Doesn't-
right?
Yeah.
No,
Doesn't
it
Deadbolt
literally
have
can't be
those,
cast on it as it doesn't have an aura. It would do
What if I
nothing.
used flamethrower?
Flames traditionally not great against solid objects.
Doesn't Deadbolt have all his like glass cutting equipment with him?
EE,
Yep.
Not glass
do
cutting
you
stuff.
remember what is the analog to logic in Matrix Attributes?
The analog to logic should just be logic, right?
Well, no, like, for example, a sprite doesn't have logic, it has the matrix attributes, just the same way as when I'm in the matrix, I have...
I think it's data processing.
Yeah, I think so as well. And since we both think the same thing, I'm going to roll that.
I'm going to loot the guard, too.
Right, clutching my face.
You got 2 successes trying to hack on the fly.
Edge!
No, it's a sprite.
Can sprites not use your edge? Because my spirits can use my edge.
Oh, can my sprite use my edge?
If your spirits can use your edge, then your sprites can use your edge.
Oh,
Hey!
quite reasonable then, because I got 2 successes on a rather small amount of dice. So, okay.
Payment
so
for the previous awesome rolls.
Yeah, I would love for that
14
door not to open.
D6.
I only got 2 successes.
Does that mean that I win?
No. You need to use
No.
edge.
Logic is data processing, by the way. You're good.
Well, it's enough there. We can see that there are
There's
Just
6
try and use the
successes there.
SRD button in the future, but yeah, you get extra successes and
Sorry about
you get a mark.
Okay. With that mark, I am going to have... Sorry, did I cut Shen off, by the way?
No, I was just saying that logic is data processing. You were right.
Okay, that's good. All right. I'm going to have... where is Spoof? I forget. Here we are. Right, so I'm going to have my sprite spoof the command because it's got a mark on the door, so it's also got a mark on the door's master.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to spoof a command from the master to the door to invite marks from me, 3 marks. Is that right?
Invite marks, you would need to have 3 marks to do that. So you
No.
wouldn't be able to spoof-
The master has 3 marks on the door. It's literally telling the door, your master has told you to invite marks
cool.
from something else. That's literally what it's
Okay,
doing.
sure, go for it.
Dude, you're so much more gangster in the errata. You could have never done that in season 1.
So that's intuition and hacking. And intuition, the analog for that is sleaze, I believe?
Yes. Sleaze might be
No.
firewall.
You know what? I'm just going to check this quickly.
Yeah, check that real quick. I can roll my resist easy because spoof is hacking an int.
So while that's
versus
happening,
logic plus firewall.
Deadbolt, have you injected the guy yet?
Well, I get to my feet, like clutching my face where I've just been shot, and I quickly do I realize that my taser's on the floor or whatever because I had it in my hand when I was knocked out?
Yeah.
I'm gonna quickly grab that,
Okay.
and then I'll make for the patient.
By the way, all of your comics and stuff are still blaring this electro music.
Oh,
I can't
guess I'm
turn
using
mine
another
off.
point of edge.
It's okay,
Okay.
the run's almost over. We're good.
Do I even know that Pseudo's here yet? Has he spoken since I woke up?
What button was it that I needed to press to re-roll that?
You would just roll the SRD button at the bottom and then just type in 13.
13.
SRD button at the bottom of the character sheet.
It says
no,
SR
it's
dice
macros.
at the
You need
bottom
to add it
left.
by going to the macro section and clicking
Oh.
show in.
Yes,
yeah.
SR dice. And not SR dice compared. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
There we go.
And with that, you max out your limit at 7. It goes through. What order did you give it? You gave it the order
Invite marks from me.
invite marks from you. Okay.
So I got 3 marks and I'm just garbage in, garbage out, telling it to any attempt to open the door just tells it to lock.
Okay. This is going to be interesting, however, because technically you are right in the host right now, having to do this.
Mhm.
Here comes God.
No, not God.
I mean, technically, I can't say that because it's blasphemy. I'm not allowed to do that because I'm a priest.
What appears to be like an old-fashioned English bobby with the dome helmet, the big Metropolitan-like star on the front, appears, truncheon in hand.
Sergeant Sally.
I would actually need you to roll initiative.
I figure
Can
he
you
shows
describe
up.
what the host is first?
Yeah, so
Wouldn't it
inside
need-
the host right now, it's basically a copy of the hospital exactly. They've just mirrored the floor plan exactly. Apart from the fact that you have to like go over a lot of the normal rules like gravity, etc. There are lines sort of going through the air showing you to different departments and so forth.
Upon what grounds is the spider interested in me?
The spider's interested in you because the spider is interested, for some reason, in this room. It's quite possible that someone has alerted the fact that something is going on,
Okay.
and that there was
Wouldn't it
apparently
need
hacking.
to be able to? Wouldn't it need to be able to see that I've done something wrong first? Though?
What's
'Cause I
happened
haven't
is
even rolled
he's
the garbage in,
coalesced. He's
garbage out.
appeared in the
Okay.
node. You don't know anything more
Ah,
about him
right,
right
okay.
now. You can't tell if he's interested in you.
Okay, so I'm literally stood outside the door now in the host. Is that right?
Effectively, like you don't need to be directly outside the door to hack it. You can just be anywhere in the host. The host is
Yeah.
effectively one big amorphous blob for terms of rules.
Okay.
Dude, you gotta put Grok on this bitch. Let
What's
him have
everyone?
it.
What's everyone looking like in here at the moment?
Everyone right now is basically using their default avatars. You can notice that a lot of the agents walking around, some of them are medical agents that just go around and help and do like little introductions and stuff. They tend to be people in scrubs with sort of these bright like orange name badges, and they've got very kind of default faces, you know, just straight off the like line at Ares Digital or whatever. The security guards themselves, English bobbies generally is the agents for that. You haven't seen anyone particularly different, so you haven't seen anyone you suspect to be a spider just yet.
Okay, well, retconning a little bit just because you've never really talked about the host. But since we're in here, my theme, I would have changed my icon to basically look like your stereotypical person walking around with an arm in a sling, just because it fits in with the theme. So I'm just wandering around, arm in a sling, just looking at the various signs and all that kind of stuff. But do you want me to roll initiative? Yeah.
Well, since you're effectively going to be in the same initiative, if you're okay, we'll just take turn.
Yeah.
He's going to be using Matrix Perception to try and see you. So you can go first because you will have a higher initiative than him.
Okay.
Can the rest of this is happening like at the speed of light, so the rest of us are just like chilling right
yeah,
now?
like this is happening
Okay.
like 3 times, like once every second, whereas you're only taking an action per 3 seconds.
That is my garbage in, garbage out attempt.
Sure, I will try and resist.
Logic and firewall.
There should be a plus or a negative because you've got 3 marks.
Garbage in, garbage out needs 3 marks.
Okay, in which case I don't think there is. So I resist with
Logic and firewall.
Logic and Firewall. So that'd be... garbage in, garbage out. What do you hook up?
I hooked up the door's opening mechanism to its locking mechanism. So now any attempt to open the door will simply relock it.
Okay, cool. Right, with that, I'm going to try a Matrix Perception. Two successes.
Well, I need to roll my hide, is that right?
Yeah, you would be rolling hide already for this, so I would say that you've already got that running before you join combat. So that would be electronic warfare plus intuition, and I will pose it with logic plus.
Bearing in
fire.
mind, my rolls have
That's
been made
interesting.
with run silent active. So I've been taking -2 dice on everything. I'm not sure how that affects anything for you.
It just means that if I need to see you, I need to get a specific. I need to look for hidden devices.
Right, okay.
Like I don't just notice you. So you and your sling are technically hidden right now.
Okay.
And I will resist with.
That was my hide, so that was...
It's resisted by intuition and data processing.
intuition and data processing.
Yeah.
So technically, its last roll didn't need to be made.
Your hide was unsuccessful.
Doesn't Defender win?
Doesn't
Hasn't
Defender
that been
win?
how we're playing?
Yeah, but actually,
We've been
you are
playing
trying to
Defender
hide.
wins.
You are doing the active.
Well, no, because you said I would have been hidden before. He's now searching for me, so he's combating my hide.
Oh, okay. In which case, yeah. In which case, you've got 4 successes.
Just by the skin of my teeth.
Yeah, that makes sense. In which case, yeah. In which case, you are hidden. He does not see you. Your garbage in, garbage out is successful.
Okay.
Yay!
and I'm just going to continue wandering around, just checking out. I'm literally going up to certain bulletin boards, looking at opening times, checking out the various doctors.
You can just
work away.
Pop out of the host if you want.
Well, I could, but there's no reason to. No one's onto me.
You
Get pay data. Get pay data.
You notice as
What? Payday to a hospital.
you notice that the agent starts
Yeah,
going
yeah,
around
just
and
ransom.
investigating and just tapping things with its truncheon on the shoulder ever so slightly. It looks like it's doing just matrix perceiving the area, and it's going slowly
Get into
through
its
everyone.
database and just download what everybody is allergic to. So we have a database for like everybody in London on social medicine. And then every single run will just be like, oh, look, he's allergic to watermelons. We'll just throw that in there. And then he just goes into anaphylactic shock. We're like, mission success. We win.
So, Sudo, you can continue to hang out in the host, and this guy's going to run around doing matrix perception by the look of it. Or you can drop out of the host. It's up to you.
Well, it would be random whether he tries to matrix perceive me at any point. Anyway,
Yeah, it depends. Like, he might just switch to matrix perceiving silent devices, in which case he would see you because you're a silent device.
Well, he would have to then find me. But there's a few steps he has to go through, and I would know that he'd gone through them at any point.
The difference is, though, that you are and him are acting at very fast initiatives. So that's why I'm trying to ask you questions now.
I'm going to go into astral perception at the next thing and just kind of lean against the back wall away from the doorway. Because I got the feeling he's going to spray that shit with a gun when he finds out he can't get through.
Okay.
And if I see a watcher spirit, nuke that bastard with a mana bolt.
Okay.
I am going to push to the guys. It's getting hot in here. They're aware that something's going on. They're taking interest in that room. You need to do whatever you're going to do and get out. Do I notice where the other security guards' devices are?
You do not instantly notice where the security guards are now. Nor do you notice where the other bodyguard has gone off to.
Well, that's what I mean. Can I do a matrix perception to try and see where the other bodyguard
Yeah,
is?
you can. What are you specifically looking for?
I'm looking for him. Looking for him.
It depends. You can say that you're looking for him, or you can looking for hidden devices.
His comlink wasn't hidden, so I'm looking for his comlink and its position right now.
Okay, sure.
Because I imagine it's quite noisy in here, to be fair. That's 5 on my matrix perception.
Okay. You literally cannot find it. You look around, you quickly scroll through the list, you keep checking out, interrogating every device. You cannot see his comlink anymore. With that, however, the guy with the truncheon walks up to you, taps you on the shoulder, and cocks his head.
Okay.
Looks like you've been noticed.
All right.
You haven't been unhidden, but you have been noticed.
Yeah.
Have I reached the patient yet?
Bentham, sorry?
Have I reached the patient yet?
Deadbolt, yeah. You
try to inject him?
how would you like to inject him? You've got, have you got medicine?
Well, being a patient in a hospital, does he have one of those things on his hand? I can't remember what they're called, but like...
cannula.
Yeah, like a port or whatever the hell it's called.
This is a guy on, he's on bypass, he's on dialysis, he's on a ventilator, he is on a number of different things. There are a lot of cannulas you get to pick from. Like, there are some going to his arm, there are some going directly into his chest, just about the clavicle. There are plenty. Like, do you have a medicine skill?
I don't think I do.
You can make first aid check at -2 if you want.
While his contacts are focused on all these different cannula ports and everything, I'm telling him chest, fastest.
Yeah, I do. I will be going for the chest one just because that makes the most sense.
Whilst they're doing that, they would hear me ping across. Time to leave. Do whatever you got to do and get out. Other security guards off the grid. And with that, I leave the host.
I check the window to see if it's open. Is the window unlocked?
The window is... It's locked from the inside. And you can quite easily bash that locking if you want. It's a very simple, old-fashioned lock, this one, in fact.
Done.
So
let's do it.
Yeah, I want to make you test for it. Just dunk, dunk, tink.
While all this conversation was going on with bits and bytes and grooves and all this kind of crap, I was on Reddit. I'm not on Reddit. I was on Google trying to find out, do the windows in London Memorial Hospital open? Because a lot of windows over here in the States don't open, especially in hospitals, hotels. You can't open the windows
Because people have a tendency to throw themselves out of them, and so
exactly,
you know,
or throw the patient out or whatever. And I actually couldn't find out online. But you know what was online? Does London Memorial Hospital allow open carry of guns? That was online. Thank you, internet.
Why would you guys have gun control though? Why would that even be like a highly posted question?
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
the windows here do open, but they are like literally locked closed, so they cannot open. But it's fairly cheap windows and pink, like...
Is there a screen when I get the lock off and the window open? Or is it just, am I open to the street
it's
now?
straight open to the street now.
I turn back to Deadbolt and I say, all right, we've got our exit point right now. And I make sure that's in the sub-vocal too.
Okay.
And then I go back to get the guy's comm link because he has a dope
Deadbolt,
comm link and I want
Make me a first aid check. Flat first aid check to inject that ice.
I did, and it means I roll 1 die, and it was not a success.
Was it a crit glitch? My mouse has stopped working.
Can't
Was it
actually-
a 1?
I can't tell.
There was one. Oh, actually, what was it? I can't see.
The output, like when you mouse over it, I can't tell which bit is actually the die roll because there's only one.
Yeah,
If
it
you go over
doesn't
the
say.
mental limit, it's got all 2s and 4s and 0s. So I don't think that helps either.
Yeah, if you
That
go over the
makes
success,
no
it should
sense.
say like it should say equals.
It
and then
doesn't. It
something.
says things like -1 and stuff to it.
Yeah, it hasn't actually rolled any dice.
No.
It's
Really?
actually taken -1 and -1. Yeah, your wound penalty. Actually, you can't roll any
you
dice right
can't-
now. Your wound
can't do
penalty, you literally look at it and you're like, if you want to take this test, you know you'll have no dice.
I've got one eye shut because I've been
You're like,
shot in the.
Yeah, you're
face.
kind of
Let's
groggy,
do it.
leaning to the side. You're
can't-
having trouble actually directing.
Do I
the
see
syringe.
this?
Hey, can I just go for the chest cannula? Am I okay to do that?
You
Or am I
might
too
rip it
dumb?
out. You're not dexterous.
I'm
right
gonna go
now.
over there. No. Gimme. I just noticed that he's all fucked up.
Yeah.
I hand it to him.
All right, so with a biology
blow it to
check,
the window.
would I know how to use a cannulum?
You can make me a flat biology check for this. Actually, give me a quick roll because it depends on where you might want to inject it.
Oh my god, these things are so simple. They have a little sponge thing. You shove the needle
But
right through. You don't
RPGs
know.
always assume your characters are giant fucking idiots. You gotta
So
roll for every
easy.
roll for washing hands.
Well, to be perfectly honest, have we done anything so far this session that dispels
I feel
that?
like this run was pretty successful now that Pseudo showed up. I stun bolted a guy for 7 damage. That never happens.
Splat,
Yeah, that was
amazing.
kind of crazy high.
Splat knows how to get to the fun times with that back. It's clear.
Yeah, I need you to get all this spam off my goddamn meta link because somebody else will stop doing drugs and sending me porn. I'm
Hey,
a
Tag,
priest. I'm
roll
a
the
man
biology.
of the cloth. All right,
So
let's do
many
this
things
thing.
I could say, and none of them are appropriate.
Come
they are.
on, dice. 3.
3 successes. So looking around, you know that if you want to just get it into the circulatory system, just get it around the blood really quick. There's, a quite easy way to just put it in the cannula. There isn't a direct port on this one because this is not really designed for that because it's a high pressure line. But if you're careful, you can inject it into the line.
Yeah, over my head. We'll
Alternatively,
just do that.
if it's something that's meant to go to the brain, you could try injecting it through the eyeball or possibly into one of the high vertebrae joints. It depends where it's meant to be going. The problem with if
And
you
I don't
if
think
something's meant to be in the brain, you would need to try and bypass the blood-brain barrier. So it's more direct if you want to get into the brain. Depends on what you
Let's
we
want.
were
just use
never
the
told.
port.
And
we
then
were never
alternatively,
told where
literally,
it's
there is a
supposed to
port
go.
in one of the IVs which allows you to get it into the line, but it's a lot slower.
Yeah, just use whatever the first option was because frankly, Zod never said where it's supposed to go. So if it doesn't work, it's on him.
Are they saying this?
Um,
Like, are you
Also
communicating
vocalize
this
it,
at all?
sure. Also vocalize it.
Okay. Well, given that, I ping Gato. Gato, do you have any idea where this is meant to go? But whilst I'm doing that, I'm trying to contact Zod.
He's a
We
drug
weren't
addict.
given-
He's just gonna be like, if it doesn't work, stab him in the dick vein. Like it's just like,
We-
no, go away,
We
drug
weren't
addict.
told by Zod where it goes. In fact, every single time we asked him for details about what we were doing with this syringe, he refused to answer.
okay, Zod answers Pseudo. Do you want to just... I think I know what you want to say. Is that cool?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. At that point, then Tag, as you're literally going towards the main line into effectively the heart bypass, You get a ping on your comlink from Zod, and it's just a one-line message, and it says, "The syringe is best applied directly to the brain."
Oh, God, why? This is where we find out that the tag's like, no, I'm noping out of the situation right now. No.
I'm just gonna do it anyways. I wouldn't have taken this run with how Zod was being, but it just seemed like we had to take this run, so I took this run.
Okay.
I don't like giant gaps like I don't know what happens when I inject him with the syringe in my runs. Tell me specifically what happens or I walk.
Not only that, but you will then have to deal with whatever happens in that part of
quiz
the
this
rack.
on your phone, like your comlink?
He doesn't have the
Spends
right
the
kind of
next 5
comlink to
minutes.
do this.
I say through the sub vocal, I don't have the skill to do that. I can use the ports, but I'm not gonna go direct to his brain. I might kill the son of a bitch. And I cross myself.
What's your biology skill, by the way?
My biology skill is 5.
I mean, actually,
Would that
injecting
cover
someone in the eyeball,
anatomy?
if you're not too afraid of damaging the eyeball, is actually really easy. This guy is brain dead. You can go for the eyeball. Like, you would know that from your biology skill.
God damn it! Let's just go through the eyeball. Let's do it.
Okay.
At this point, you just get to whatever you're gonna do, just do it now. You haven't got much time.
All right, doing it.
And you
Make
hear
a
the-
biology
you hear the
check at a -2. That's
Oh,
in lieu
no.
of a medicine check or a penalty first aid.
Gato also gets a message saying, have you got any camera drones? Can you launch something? We need eyes on what's going on in that room that aren't the ones staring
Hey!
at the needle going into someone's eye.
And with that, you just pull the eyelid back, stick the needle in to the eyeball, and push the
Straight
syringe
in.
down.
As I do
Yeah.
this, I
Oh
look
my
at
God.
Deadbolt and I just go, "Oh, it's squidged."
Like a little bit of fluid leaks out of the eyeball around the syringe to make space for what you've just injected. And then
No.
you're like, I'm overpressurizing the eye, so you pull back, you stab him in the other eye,
Oh.
and put the rest of the syringe in. Like, it's hard to get a lot of like fluid into the eyeball. It's a contained area. But you manage to get a decent amount of the fluid directly into the eyeball before a little bit starts to squidge out the front.
You can see me just
Look at
going,
this and go,
"Nah."
I want double pay for this, and turn to the window.
Is he? I don't know if he's supposed to come with us, but I can get you on the ground real fast. I may have to pop this mana barrier though, and that means we're gonna have some serious security up our ass.
I can get myself down if you need it.
All right, go ahead and do that, but be careful. You don't look so good. You need another stim patch or something. There's a whole gaggle of them over there.
Tag, while you're talking amongst yourselves, what are the readouts on the machines? Is he stable? What's happening?
Can I biology check that?
Biology
I
at
look at
-2
them
again.
so that I can feed the information via my contacts.
Can I hold my phone camera up to the vitals and just send it straight to him so he can matrix search it? I do that while making my check.
I like the way he
Suda,
just
you
goes
get
around.
this very shaky, like, when someone's like doing like a Twitter live stream or whatever using their phone.
Mm-hmm.
It's also Metalinks.
Does he get anything better from me?
Tag. It looks like the heart is still being bypassed. There's no real activity there. A couple of electrodes stuck to the brain. Don't seem to be registering activity currently. Renal dialysis is going on as per usual. The ventilator's pumping. No abnormal activity detected currently. You can keep monitoring it if you want before you properly bug
Gato
out.
gets a question. Did Zod say whether we... I'm assuming we're not meant to be killing the guy, but did Zod say what this thing was going to do?
He did not. I was not in a position to express my disconcern, though I owed him a favor. From anybody else, I'd have said no.
Well, let's just hope that this is the right result. Do you know whether we're meant to take him with us?
Yeah. Hey, Gato. We got Deadbolt on his way out. He's climbing down the wall of the room to the right of the original rendezvous point.
Deadbolt, make me a
I put on my
climbing
gecko
check.
tape gloves. What was it?
It'd be a climbing check. Oh, that's now... they've merged that with one of the other skill groups in 5th. I can't remember which one.
And can I see anything outside the hospital from my point of view?
It'd be acrobatics, I think. Yeah, feel free to make a perception roll.
What does the What do the gecko tape gloves do for the
They allow you
rolls,
to
anything?
do a climbing unassisted, I believe.
Okay.
So you can actually just...
1 perception.
What was the?
It looks like there's a small
Is it-
crowd forming around the entrance. You can't really see what's going on. Gymnastics
You
plus
said it was
strength for climbing.
Okay.
Deadbolt, stay to the left and stay
Why couldn't it
quiet.
be
There's a
agility?
crowd. There's a crowd near the entrance to your
Two.
You managed to move a
Left.
couple of meters down the front. If you want to just pop me like 3 more of those rolls, Deadbolt.
All right.
I'm going to matrix search, and I'm basically looking for any like hits on various social media that are dated very recently about this hospital. If anyone inside has been like basically tweeting, "Oh my God, this gun fires," blah blah blah, or anything
Okay,
like that.
make me it'd be a data processing check of some kind.
Would it be matrix search?
Matrix search, yeah. And then Deadbolt with that, no critical glitches, no glitches. You manage to make it just far enough from the ground that you just hop off. You don't notice a couple of people nearby are looking at you kind of weirdly. Looks like they were looking at the entrance, like they were waiting for something, and then they look at you like,
Is the van nearby?
yeah, it's like a few meters away.
I just try walking towards it like nothing's wrong in case they didn't see me actually
Make a
climb down
focus
the
check.
wall.
Oh, it's limited by data processing. Sorry, I was having trouble finding out what limits matrix search is.
Oh yeah, data processing.
Performance. I'm not too great at this.
1 success.
On my
Oh
performance.
no, it wasn't. It was. I was like, what? I got 1 success on that many dice? No. I got.
Pseudo,
you get good rolls.
You find a load of people tweeting saying, "Just evacuated from London Memorial Hospital. What's going on?" Question mark, hashtag confused face emoji, and stuff like
Yeah,
that. Like a lot of people are just like,
Has
"What's
anything
going on?"
happened to this guy? Has anything happened to the dude after we inject
I would
him?
like you to make another biology check -2.
I pinged to the group. The situation is starting to get hot. Public's aware. Tweets are going out.
They look at
Inside,
you,
I don't
Deadbolt,
know.
but they're like, "What's going on?" They're looking at you very obviously and following where you're going, but they don't seem to be raising any attention or whatever.
I have a question.
I position myself so that the van's in between me and the entrance, and then try and get in the van.
Okay.
Sure, get in the van.
Do I keep my previous score because I've already defeated the astral barrier? Does that just stand? I don't have to test again unless I go in it again, right? If I leave and come back, I have to test again. But I've
Yeah,
already
if you
squeezed it this
pass
time.
through the barrier, you'll have to test again. But until you pass through the barrier, like the barrier is just on the entrance. You haven't been through the entrance again, so.
Oh, it's on the entrance. I thought the barrier was like a globe around the entire room.
No, barrier is
Okay.
literally a plane. It is just on the entrance.
Okay.
And then there's another one on the window that you will have seen when you're popping around your Matrix astral perception recently.
Okay.
But other than that, you're
All
fine. With 2 hits,
I drop.
you notice that there's some brain activity being registered. Just little, like, spikes in the delta waves.
Pseudo, I think this dude's about to wake up. Ah, Drek. This is why I hate runs like this.
You've got to be kidding me.
I bloody knew it.
Fragging Zod,
triple
man.
pay.
Show me. Hold your phone up again. Hold your phone up to the machines again.
I just figured I still had it up because I never
Okay.
said I took it down,
Sorry.
so it's just
Oh.
monitoring.
Oh, no, fair enough. Like, what is the monitor showing? Like, in terms of like spikes and stuff like that? Is it just very subtle amounts of spikes? Like, literally, just looking at the graph is like.
Okay. There are little tip, 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 and it seems to be, as you look at this over the next like 10 seconds, they're coming a little bit more regular. And then
I don't think he's gonna wake up. Not anytime
both you
soon.
and Tag notice a different monitor goes. "Dip-dip, dip-dip,
Well, I haven't mentioned how much I hate this job.
Tag,
Is that a
this
heartbeat?
is moving outside of my knowledge. I can do a search, but Tag, it's no longer safe for you to be inside. There's a ruckus going up over the Matrix. Forums are starting to light up with whatever's going on inside. Apparently, it's been locked
Zod,
down.
a message pops up in everyone's AR. Judging by the current situation, if you can take the body with you, additional 1.5 grand each.
I cast levitate. I need to get him out the window.
Okay, and that's where we're going to go to our break, because we're a little bit overdue for our break right now. I'm pretty sure we can all do with a quick pee break, get some more drink. They have a waking up but brain dead Peter Blake, who they've managed to
It's going to be Weekend at Bernie's 2 all over again.
There we go. Weekend at Bernie's 2. That's the name of this episode. But feel free to go check out, our Patreon, etc., all that jazz in the break. I'll also put up some of the little videos and the fan art stuff. But we'll
Did
be
you
back
say
here in
jazz?
about 10 minutes. Pun?
Did you say jazz?
Your jazz might have worn off by now, actually.
Yeah, it only lasts like 10 plus. I didn't even roll for how long it'll last. I'll have to find out.
Is it minutes or rounds?
It's minutes.
Oh. It's still on then. This is all happening very, very quickly. Like, minute and a half has passed by. Like, not very much time at all. But, we'll be back soon. Just stick around. Like, there'll be a countdown and stuff. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Go get yourself some coffee or something.
Shadowrun, a mission by independent mercenaries so as to be deniable to the hiring party. Shadowrunner, an independent contractor hired to do Shadowruns. SIN, system identification number, used to track your digital footprint in the Matrix. The Matrix, an augmented and virtual reality graphics-based network and successor to the old internet. Megacorporation, corporations that the corporate court gives status to based on their vast wealth and power.
Hello, and welcome back to Shadowrun Roll4It. I'm sorry for the small delay there. Right. If you've enjoyed your break, we'll be ready to go. So far in Shadowrun Roll4It, they've had a job to go and inject a brain-dead individual who was currently on life support. They went there, they managed to just about infiltrate in. Then it went sideways when an invisibility spell got popped by a mana barrier, which caused Deadbolt to become visible. A little bit of a fight ensued. Deadbolt got knocked unconscious. They managed to distract one of the guards. They managed to take the other guard down. And then they managed to actually inject the guy through both eyeballs, because one is not enough. And
One
with
is not enough.
we are getting signs of life. Deadbolt is back on his feet after the judicial application of stim badges. Has climbed down the building, is now in the van with Gatto. And everybody else is, Pseudo's AF, sort of, what do you call, remotely logging in. Tag's still in the room with the body.
I'm sleeping on the train right now.
And Tag has just cast Levitate.
Yeah.
Tag is
As
casting
I'm
Levitate.
doing that, I drop my reflexes spell because I don't want to maintain it, and I don't want to fuck this up. I cast Levitate on him.
Okay.
And I think Levitate. Oh, go ahead.
Noticing the mob of people that are forming outside the hospital, and obviously with the confirmation from Pseudo that this is going up on social networks and that we need to get out of here fast, Pseudo, can you put up a fire alarm in either orthopedic or the elderly ward? That's the opposite side of the hospital, and the people in the front will see that.
The host is pretty hot right now, Gatto. It might be better if you use one of your drones and ding one of the sensors outside. Have you got any combat drones? What kind of drone loadout have you got? I'm coming in blind here.
I got some crawlers, a couple flyers. I could probably hit with a flyer, yeah. Then I don't know which one I could do that with.
So my Levitate is going to be a Force 5 because I got to get it through the mana barrier.
I mean, you can carry it with you through the man barrier if you are touching the person it's on as they pass through.
Well, Force is also how fast he goes, and I need to evac him out of here quick, too.
Fair enough.
So
How many things is he connected to? Because he's
Machines.
got many tubes and...
There's quite a few. I mean, Tag would know from his biology that renal isn't that important. If you cut the feeds, you'd probably be okay. The heart stuff, careful when doing that, because that is high pressure. The rest of them are mostly sensors. There's a few cannulas and stuff for getting like intravenous fluids and some sort of nutritional supplements inside, but there will be a test when you cut the wires.
Yeah, I actually don't have any drones that can do that. Mine are the ones that I have that are flying drones. They're only for observation. They can't really do anything for as far as triggering a sensor.
I've got the Force 5 up. I'm going to go ahead and start disconnecting wires as he levitates like an inch off the bed.
Okay. Feel free to make me a biology check at -2 again. Do you not first aid?
Nope.
Okay.
Not my
I
job.
climb into the
So-
back of the van.
Can I run a... whilst we're just here at the moment, I'd like to check my Overwatch score.
Sure. Your Overwatch
2
score-
successes.
2 successes. Okay.
Is that good enough? Because I have edge left.
Put it this way, you might want to edge that. It won't be massively bad, but you might want to edge it. It's the difference between a small bad and nothing, so it's up to you.
EE, in terms of the host noticing Pseudo's presence there, would that only affect Pseudo? Like, could I also attempt something in the Matrix and would that not be noticing us?
You can't do very much in the Matrix without a deck, but if the host is on alert, there will be people looking for intruders. They won't necessarily find you immediately, they look for you, but there would be people going around and going on alert.
So it's not just they're not just focused on Pseudo at the moment. No.
It was only by luck that they realized that I was up to.
Yeah,
no
they
good.
managed to get quite a few hits. Splat. With that, you pull out the intubation tube out of the sort of throat, pull the ventilator off. Some alarms.
That is
start
never a
blaring.
nice thing to have to do, by the way. It is so much harder than you might think.
Yeah. because it sort of does a little bit of like a right neck sort of turn when it goes down there, and as you pull it out, it's really awkward, and it's quite a long tube. But you pull that out quite
Covered
easily.
in mucus and everything, and as you're reeling it back, your hands get covered in. It's not good.
Yeah. You also then start going around. You quickly snip the renal wires, and you just tie them off and stuff. But as you go and do some of the cardio ones, you've got 4 there. You start going through them and carefully trying to make sure when you cut them to seal them up. One of them does start spurting a bit of blood as you don't quite get to it in time. He does seem to be bleeding now, but it's not like he's going to die immediately.
Does the blood hit the floor? Does it get on the bed or on the floor or anything like that?
It's fairly high pressure. Yeah, it would be spreading a little bit.
Yeah, they still got the blood in the... I was worried that they're going to trace him, but they've still got blood in the tubes and everything anyways, so they're going to be able to do that either way. So I start levitating him towards the window. I'm going to save my edge for the mana barrier tests just in case. He can move 5 meters per 3 seconds, I think. Yeah, 5 meters per 3 seconds. So I'm going to levitate him out the window. And then while I'm doing that, I'm still localized. I need the van now.
By the way, just because it's generally a time critical thing, did I check my Overwatch score?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, your Overwatch score is currently on, I think it was on 12?
Okay.
Wasn't that high?
Then Gato gets, I'll be right back. And my Matrix persona suddenly goes somewhere else.
And while you're somewhere else, the van actually drives through some of the foliage here and straight up underneath Ward 4 window.
Okay, you kind of
they
reverse
open the
straight
doors.
through the foliage. The people who are kind of looking around like weird stuff's going on, like...
I'm going to edge that for 8 more dice. Well, actually, if you want to roll defense first for the barrier, go ahead.
Yeah. So the barrier
Buckle
is
up,
a
Deadbolt.
3... Double to 6.
How high up are we? Is the second floor?
It's
so yeah,
second
you're
floor, yeah.
a good,
Jesus.
8 meters up. 4 successes.
There.
Okay,
So I got
yeah,
6.
you beat it with 2. So was this for your spell, not for you?
This is for the levitate to go through,
Okay.
yeah.
So, pop! It pops through. I believe that pops the mana barrier. It's an astral intersection. One of them has to give. And so with that mana barrier, poof, and it just gently goes down towards the van.
How high up are we? Because he's moving 5 meters a second. So if I can get him on the ground in 1 turn,
5 meters a second or 5 meters a turn?
5 meters a turn, sorry.
Okay, in which case it takes him about 4 seconds and bam, he's down there. Like, it doesn't take that long.
Cool. I released the spell, so I'm not sustaining it anymore.
Gato, you notice in your review mirror this body go.
Body's
Yeah,
on the ground. Move, boys.
I'm out the driver door. My driver door is on the other side from the crowd, so they're not going to be able to see me get out.
Yeah.
And head to the back and load them up.
All right, so for
I opened
me
it.
now,
I was in the back, so I just
You
opened the door for
reversed
them.
Gato, didn't you?
Yes.
In Britain, your driver's door is on the other side, but the loading door would be on the crowd side. It depends if you're using the back door or the loading door.
I thought we were using the rear ones.
Yeah, and the rear one's fine. So
Yeah,
you
rear ones.
flip the rear door open, you chuck him in the back. Pseudo,
Yes.
are you just going somewhere? You cool?
I went offline. I woke up basically, and I was just
okay.
waiting for a moment. Is everything cool on the train at the moment? What stop did I just pass?
Pseudo, there's a... Let me use the bathroom, you've been in there for ages!
tell me you got the shits. Just be like, you better back off before you catch it, boy.
I actually call up. You don't want to use this bathroom. Not after me. Go find another one.
Make a con check.
Like a cocoa hurricane up in this bitch.
Oh my lord, I haven't got con. Oh no, I do have con. Hooray! Thank goodness. Not very well, but you know, we'll try.
Hey, 1 point's better than no points.
It is. It is. I got 2 hits.
There you go.
That's
Not
better than
bad.
I was expecting, frankly.
Fair enough.
I got
Ha!
1.
Take that. Take that.
Well, you could have answered like 20 minutes ago. Someone storms off.
Wow.
God, staying there for 20 minutes.
So as that's happening, I cast invisibility rank or force 1 on myself. The barriers popped anyway, so fuck it, we're already hosed. I'm going to use reagents to bump that up to a force 6. So improved invisibility.
Oh yeah, chat saying it
Force
hasn't
1.
been anywhere close to 20 minutes.
We've been in
I'm
comment
sorry.
chat.
No, it hasn't been
this
close
was
to 20 minutes.
5.
Suda's been in there for 20 minutes, though.
Oh.
It's actually, I'm going to put it at force 2, and I'm going to use 4 to raise it. Sorry, if
Okay.
we're keeping track here.
Let me look up something very quickly.
Okay. Anybody
Not
that wants
bad.
to see me needs 6 hits on a logic plus intellect test. Or intuition test.
Nice.
I'm getting back in the driver's seat. Deadbolt, just tie yourself in.
I'm sorry, force 1
All
plus
right.
5. I apologize. In order for it to work, if I do it at force 2, I can't use focus concentration on it. So it's a force 1, and I'll use 5 reagents to bump it up, because I need focus concentration to maintain it.
Go on.
Tag the doors are open. Are you coming?
Yeah, just making sure ain't nobody see me come out the window. I don't think they're going to take kindly to a flying man. And I step out the window, casting levitate on myself to get down to the ground.
Okay, feel free to roll levitate.
This levitate is going to be at... We'll call it force 4. That sounds good.
I just can't resist it in my jazzed up state. What are you talking about? The second coming is now. Let people see the truth.
God damn it. Yeah, so
there
4
should be
successes.
-2 on there from your sustainer. Oh no, because you've got your sustaining. Yeah, you're cool. Focus
Yes, indeed I
concentration.
do. That's why I was being really
specific.
specific about what force the
Yeah.
invisibility was at.
Well,
I
that-
levitate down to the ground at 4 meters a second.
No, you
Or 4 meters
don't.
a turn.
You exit through the window and levitate in the air. No one else can see you. And in front of you appears a humanoid shape, seemed to be made of coalescing water and rolling tides. Bits of foam spraying off at the shoulders and water dripping off below, but that instantly
I
disappears.
mana bolt him as hard
you
as
need
I
to
can.
roll, for a start, a surprise check. You are alerted, so you get a +3.
Oh dear. It's gone from Deadbolt dying to Tag dying.
I mean, how far did I get, though, before this thing popped in?
It was waiting
real
for you to
fast?
go out the window.
Okay.
It was hoping you were going to climb.
Damn it, these mind reading spirits.
I
He's
remember what
surprised
one
at
of these
it.
spirits
God.
did to Kaba that one time. She was like, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna stand on
You
you.
can roll initiative as normal.
Okay.
You are now drowning because you are in me."
I do not have a spirit token, I think. I think I've got one somewhere, but it's deep in my collection, so I'm just going to use someone random. Quickly check. I appear to have deleted my spirit token. You are now a spirit.
Uh-oh.
Welcome. 2 dice. Reaction 5. Intuition 3. Okay, and with that, the spirit coalesces in front of you.
I use edge to move to the top of the order.
You can use the edge to go to the top of the order, or you can roll 5d6 instead of your normal 1d6. I will let you re-roll, because I'm not sure if you're aware of that as a rule.
I didn't know about the 5d6.
Yeah, basically you can roll the maximum possible edge.
That also means that you get multiple passes. It's generally
Yeah.
better, depending on if you've got
I'll go
like
5d6
really edgy.
then.
Okay. So you
23.
get 23. Damn. Okay. So that puts you at the top of the order.
First things first, I levitate myself out the window and down 4 meters, as far down as I can get. And then, since apparently it doesn't say, but that looks like a free action that I can do.
Yeah, it's your
I'm
movement,
going to-
effectively.
Am I on the ground with 4 meters?
4 meters? No, you are 4 meters off the ground.
That's still death. It's Shadowrun. That's death.
No, because you get body meters negated. I have 2 bodies, so technically I'd only take 2 meters worth of hits.
Which
And
is
so I
death.
think
This
that's
is
2
Shadowrun.
physical or something like that. I can't remember.
Death.
I will look it up for you
know
if
it's
you want.
death.
Yeah, what's the fall rule so I can decide what I want to do here? Because I think your body negates meters amount. or
You're
something
soaking
like
a
that.
dino. It could be 1 meter. You would fall. You'd sprain your ankle. You'd topple over, smack your head on a wall. You'd be dead.
I could banish him, but I know that he's bound, so banishing's gonna be pointless. He probably has like 1,000 services.
Cool
I mean, I'm really
damage.
good at banishing. I have 12 banishing dice. I could just nuke his ass and then... I could have a pet. I could banish him and then claim him and steal their spirit. That would be pretty baller.
That would be amazing. You need to do it. Also, you need to talk from now on with that bottle just about there because it makes it awesome kind of reverb thing going on. It's really
Awesome reverb thing.
With
Yeah.
damage
I
equal to
am
the
the
number of meters
guardian.
fallen with an AP -4. You take 4
So
minus
what was
4.
it? Sorry.
You take 4 minus 4, resisted with body plus armor.
If I released it right now?
Yeah.
So that again, let me see how many dice that gives me. So with 4 minus 4 to my equipment here. Take you off, put that on. So I would have 7 dice to mitigate 4 damage. That's not, it's physical or is it stun?
Physical.
That's not that bad. I'm gonna let go of the spell. So that I just fall the remaining 4 or whatever.
You fall 4 meters.
Okay. And so I didn't know I got my armor on that, so I'm gonna soak this.
So you get -4 AP, but only 4 damage.
So I take 3 physical.
You take 3 physical.
It could have gone worse.
Yeah. As you fall down, you land rather hard, and one of your legs twists under you a little bit, but you think you've
Does he
maybe
fall over,
damaged
smack
something.
his head on a wall, die?
No, luckily not.
No.
Not this time.
And so since canceling a spell is free,
Yeah.
I look up, and I think we're gonna hit him with a mana bolt. I'm
Okay.
feeling like, why you gotta make my life difficult? You're frustrating me at this point. So I'm gonna mana bolt you, because that's what you get.
You
So I
just
hit
want
the
to give him
ground.
watery hugs.
Do any of us hear the thud behind the van?
You see in like your rearview mirror. Poof.
Do they see the spirit? Did it? It's because it's dual natured. Is it actually in the physical plane right now, or
It's
is
in
it
the
all
physical
astral?
plane right now. It had to materialize because it was
Okay.
planning on attacking you physically.
All right, so let's go with a mana bolt. This mana bolt is going to be the mana bolt of all mana bolts. I'm going to go... Oh, I don't know how hardcore I want to go right now. I could really unload on this thing. It's a direct combat spell, though, so let's go with a... Well, it does hits damage. I mean, I could just eat a bunch of reagents.
Tag pulls at the vials and nom 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 nom.
Yeah, just drinking the blood of Christ right now. Just like, the body of Christ. That's why I made myself religious, so I get to eat a bunch of bread every time I cast. Just like, nom, communion wafers. I'm going to go Force 1 because it's hits, and then I'm going to raise the limit to 7 with 6 reagents. And remind me to take 11 off my sheet. I'm spending so much money right now, but screw it.
Go for it.
You'll be happy to know, Tag, that my wonderful city of Portland, Oregon has communion. They have gluten-free communion wafers now.
Just
and it
in case.
resists with
fancy.
just willpower, right?
Yes. So that's 6 damage. And I think there's a modifier because it's a mana spell or something like that. There's a reason I use this on him instead of using Stun Bolt, and I can't remember what it
It
is.
bypasses natural armor.
Ah, that's what it is. He's got that natural armor mitigation thing, which sucks. Wow. Luckiest little bastard on Earth.
So 2 successes to resist. It takes 4 damage. I don't think your spells actually have natural armor applied anyway, because I think they get counted as spells anyway, so I think it would still take full damage.
I'm pretty sure there's a reason you use Mana Bolt on spirits, and I can't recall what it is.
Normally
Something
because they aren't
extra
manifested.
happens.
This guy manifested because he was trying to screw you over while you
Maybe
were
that's
climbing.
what it is. That's possible.
Question on this. If the invisible dude is casting a spell, can people looking in that general direction see the spell being cast? No.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Especially
Because I
as an
can put it in the
spell.
astral.
That is fantastic.
So I could be having a full-on raging like DBZ battle with a bunch of mages right now in the astral, and nobody would ever know except for other mages. Like
That's
shit could be
awesome.
exploding, and it's just
Tag,
it's
you would
crazy.
know just from your abilities, by the way, and your general background, that water spirits have an allergy severe to fire.
Really, I think it would be the opposite. Like lightning would hurt him. Huh. I'll keep that in mind for next turn.
With that, the spirit looks down at you, looks down at the fact that currently Deadbolt and Gatto are helping that body into the back of the van. You are the most dangerous one. Now, a smart person would quickly switch to just following you in the astral, but the spirit has been given an order, and it will continue its order. It's going to use elemental attack. No, screw it. Not elemental attack, mainly because I have to look that up. It's just going to do an unarmed combat against you. Why not? That's pretty powerful.
I resist with my astral stats, though, right?
No. You're physical. You're physically there, and so is it. You are invisible. It can see you because it dual perceptions all the time. With this Gatto, Deadbolt, etc., you helping the dead body into the back of the van. You see Tag. You don't see Tag. Sorry, you hear a flump. Some of the foliage moves because he's still invisible, and you look round. And this body of water shifts, flies down, lands next to where the foliage moved, and goes swings with its hand that just turns into this mini tidal wave through the air.
Did I get it? Did I hurt it bad enough to give it negatives at least?
Yeah, it's got -1.
Yay!
So 3 plus 7 dice, -1, 6. All right, roll to dodge. I got 3 successes.
Just realized I've been muted for a while. This explains many things.
I thought you were being weirdly silent. Tag.
Nada.
You are just a little
Genuinely
bit caught off
very
guard
long time.
from this injury that you've got. Didn't you take 3 points of physical? Shouldn't you have a wound penalty -1?
Yeah, but I got 0 successes anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm just saying for future you might want to put that on the sheet because it should auto-calculate it. And as you stumble upwards, smack straight in the side of the face, you take... What am I looking for right here? Unarmed combat, specialization. You take 4 stun damage.
Do I get to soak it normally?
Yes, it soaks normally.
So do I see this stuff that's going on right now?
7 successes, strangely
Yes,
enough.
it has manifested physically.
Yeah, you
guys
can
can
you can't
see
see
it.
Tag. Your face goes slightly red, but you just turn back, more steel
Dude, he
than...
Oh, this dude just bitch slapped a man of the cloth. It's about to be a holy war up in here.
I'm watching this
We're
going,
about to-
what in the...
I'm gonna be up in the back screaming Deus Volt while I rain fire on this dude.
So that brings us to the next round. That means Tag, you're up again.
I cast
actually, Gatto,
flamethrower.
Deadbolt, do you actually want to join this combat? Or do you want to stay in RP time? It's up to you.
I'm not getting involved in this because if I do, people are gonna see it. I don't need people to see this shit.
Look, there's not really anything I can do. I mean, I have a taser. Maybe that works.
Do you want to try it? I can add you to the initiative tracker.
I probably just look on for the moment, being like, I don't know how to deal with this.
You can look at this. You can join, and then you can just hold your action in case you need it.
Oh, you're about to see this part. Say hold action. When I see a giant pillar of fire, I want to shoot.
There you go. There you go. I'm getting back in the driver's seat.
While all of this is going on, by the way, I've exited the cubicle. I waited long enough for whoever it was to walk away, just because they spoke to me funny. And then I go out and I go back to the seat. But now I'm basically watching in AR. But I'm keeping a very close eye on the social media feeds. Has anyone started live streaming what's going on at this hospital?
There was actually someone
Crazy
live
stuff
streaming
going on?
before the crowd, and now they've seen a spirit. They've got the phone over there, and they're just watching this spirit just swing at midair.
Okay, well,
kind of grainy and stuff.
given that I am, can I see their van? The van that I know is theirs. Can I see Deadbolt at all? Is there anything? Because the camera.
You can't see anyone. They're actually kind of in the van, kind of hidden by the door that's open, and they're not really focusing the camera on the van. They're really focusing on the spirit, badly zoomed in, out of focus.
So this live streaming didn't see the body being moved into the van.
No.
Okay.
Too late.
I am going to
keeping-
ping them. I understand you are on camera right now, and I actually push the feed to their devices. I know that Gatto's got a DNI, doesn't he?
Yeah. By the way, this has only been about 6 seconds, so Pseudo, you aren't quite back in your seat. You are going to your seat, but
that's
you
fine.
pull back the toilet door. You're exiting the cubicle. Combat moves pretty fast. So everyone else is
I'm
just...
keeping hidden from view.
Okay. Do you want to
So-
actually join
so I wouldn't
combat,
be
or do you want to
appearing on
just
the
stay out of
videos.
combat, Deadbolt? I need to...
I'm gonna say, are you alright, Tag? And Stewie responds. And like be by the door, being like, I mean, I guess I could point a gun at this thing.
I respond, I'm good.
All right, but be quick.
Okay, Tag, your turn.
Having heard the protestations of Pseudo, I'm not going to rain down purely visible, live streamable fiery death on this thing. He's made me rethink my actions, and my rage has been tempered. I'm going to go ahead and cast another Mana Bolt. Just keep throwing invisible Mana Bolts at this thing until it goes away.
Okay.
Is the back of the van open?
It is.
Yes.
Would I be able to walk backwards into the van while I do this?
Sure.
Okay, so I step back into the van, which is now loaded, and right before I close the doors, I throw another Mana Bolt at it.
Go for it.
And this one's going to be at 4... Let's call it 4-7. Yeah.
Oh, it's going down.
6, and I take 1 stun damage.
Isn't it above your magic, so don't you take physical?
Only if the successes are above my magic score.
I think it's if your force is above your magic, you take physical.
Pretty sure it's if your hits are above your magic.
All right, well, if you want to look that up,
Yeah,
after
sure.
this, because there's going to be a whole turn pass. 6 successes I resist with my willpower, which is... I need to keep stopping my phone from going offline. 3. Again, resisting
This
2,
dude's
but
dice.
4.
This dude's dice. Jesus.
The water sort of breaks apart a little bit around. There's kind of a little rift opens at the center, like a small Moses happening, and you can see like briefly through it before it closes up.
Can I close the doors of the van as a free action, or is that too much?
Sure.
Okay, so I close the doors of the van and go!
I floor it.
All right. I grab something.
Okay. You floor the van. The van is now speeding away. However, Tag, right in front of you in the van, amongst Gatto and Deadbolt and the body, water appears and manifests. However, that does take its turn.
You just don't know how to quit, do you, some bitch? And then I cross myself, which free action. And then I throw another Mana Bolt at him.
Okay.
I go son of
I
a
kinda
and pull
wish-
my...
I will
My
say that as
taser.
this happens, the van is kind of bumping over a bit of terrain and kind of accelerating. You're not pinned down. So I will say that all tests at the moment are -2.
Yeah, we're not even on the road yet. We're kind of driving through bushes and stuff.
It's a
How
little
far have they
bit
gotten in
bumpy. You're
6
trying to
seconds?
accelerate fast right out here.
Yes.
Yeah.
How far have they
Mana Bolt's
gotten?
gonna
in
be
6
apparently.
seconds,
Chad is saying it has to be both. If you cast it a force above, that's the only way because you're limited by your magic. But it has to be hits and force simultaneously. So if you cast higher, you overcast and you get more hits than your magic, you take physical damage instead.
I mean, I'll double check that later, but for now, I'm pretty sure it should be physical. I'm nearly certain that's what it is.
See, I'm nearly certain the opposite way. I've read the magic section a bunch of times in prep for this, so I will have to look it up though.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and it's going to be a 4-6. Why not? Let's just keep tacking them on here. And then it's going to be at a -2. I forgot to put that in. Ooh, this is going to suck. Okay,
You still invisible at this point?
He
3
is.
damage.
And let me roll.
There we go.
And with that, the water breaks apart and spills out over Gatto and Deadbolt and the body on the floor and splashes all around in the back of the van before disappearing.
Oh my god. Do I
And
have
as
to,
that
test
happens,
it?
I go zoop, and I come back into frame. Sorry
Do I
about
have
that.
to,
Had to
do I
hang.
have to test to not swerve and hit something? Holy shit. It's got splashed with fucking water all over the place?
I'm going to say make a surprise check. Intuition reaction
It's a
+3.
reasonable- Yeah, reasonable question. Yeah.
I put my taser away.
A little bit.
Wasn't even sure what I should do with it anyway.
You're a little bit
guess
sad.
we're all right.
4.
4 success. Yeah, you're fine. You're not all too surprised. You're kind of expecting sort of crazy stuff to be going down with a water spirit in the back of the van. But you start speeding out of there. I will need you to make...
Chat's correct. The van is now 100% cleaner than the Misery Machine ever was.
Very true.
I was naked in that van a lot, so point granted.
You are correct, Splat. If the number of hits rolled when you cast a spell exceeds your magic rating, then the spell causes physical instead of stun.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Right, Gatto. I need to make a few piloting checks to just try and get out here ASAP. So you are rigging, aren't you?
Say that again?
Are you going to rig this, by the way? You can go limp and just rig into the van if you want.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So Gatto pulls back into the front seat and then goes... Flop.
I see this and I go, oh, Drek, is that normal?
You should know that it's normal.
Gatto, you can answer, like, completely legit, because you are now in the Matrix rigging, so...
Well, I looked at Deadbolt when I said it.
Is this seriously the first time you've been in the car with me, Tag? I don't believe that for a second.
I think we're okay.
This sound is coming from the speakers in the van right now, by the way, when he talks.
No,
He's
I
just
still have
doing
the
his
electro
thing.
music on.
Oh, sorry, I've got to get the electro music on then.
Pseudo, for the love of God, can you remove this track?
After a few moments, like, you get a message which is in the affirmative, or it seems to be, and then the message goes cut short. Then after a few moments, I'm trying not to do that kind of thing anymore.
I just settle in a puddle.
Gatto, please feel free to roll me a piloting check, which will be reaction plus your piloting skill. And you get like crazy bonuses because you're rigged in.
I'll make sure our friend is secure. And it's
All right, where do you find the bonuses for being rigged in? For piloting ground
over
grab?
the book, because the rigging section is not particularly well laid out. And it's the section I know least of Shadowrun. Rigging is the section I know least. I tried to read the section, was like, these rules are all over the place. I'm just going to say for now, because it's not that important, you can have a +2.
It depends a lot on the device rating of his control rig.
Okay, then 3.
Okay. With that, you next swerve around a number of cars, and you seem to quickly lose any sign of immediate pursuit.
Pseudo, any sign of active pursuit that you can notice from social media or any other networking?
Oh, actually, sorry. Chat has said you do get +2 because of Hot Sim, which is what I suspected. The threshold is reduced by the rating of your rig. That's the one I forgot.
Yes.
I text Zod. And I say, where's this
5.
potato going?
Apartment, and it gives you an apartment address, which I have around here somewhere. But I think I just folded it up and put it away because I thought we were done with it. Sorry, there was an apartment you were given last episode.
Okay, I shoot that over to Pseudo so that he can ping it for our dear driver.
There we go. Block 3, apartment 116.
You think I'm going to drive this thing into Lambeth?
When I get that, I immediately respond back to Tag. You can send it to him yourself. He can read coordinates. I'm assuming he's on Grid Guide.
Gatto, you
I
also
genuinely
get
seem a little bit surprised that he's using me as middleman to pass messages to someone who's not only physically right next to him, but, you know, in the Matrix, in the car, can probably hear everything he's saying.
I send it back. Me llamo Ludite.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
You also get dice equal to the rating of the rig.
Yeah, bonus dice on
Oh, okay. So when it says threshold reduced by the rating of the rig, what does that mean?
So if you're doing like a stunt and I'm like, cool, that's a really difficult stunt, that's like a rating 5 stunt, you're like, yeah, sure.
Gotcha.
-5 to that because
Gotcha.
I've got a rating 5 control rig. What's the rating of control rig?
5.
Yeah. So you're like, that really difficult stunt? I didn't even need to test.
Not a big deal. Okay, but we know where we're going, right, Lambeth?
Yeah.
Let me pull it up. Lambeth. Block 3, apartment 116. Yeah.
I plot a route for myself to get there from the next available stop that'll get me, well, the closest stop possible. And, you know,
I mean, the
can
train
be
is like
assumed I'm
literally
on
coming
my
into the station. You could probably get off a bus and make it there
yeah.
quite quickly. Actually, you're technically closer than them, but they can take probably a quicker method of transport. So you'll probably get there roughly the same time. With that ghetto, you speed away, switching back to kind of normal driving after a little while. This is the first time in a little while you've been dived in, and it feels really good again. It feels really
But the
nice.
jazz wore off. Now it doesn't feel good anymore.
But Hot Sim does feel quite nice. It's quite addictive, actually. The rush of sensations, the feel of air over your body panels.
Are you saying that I'm going to be addicted to 2 things pretty soon here? Or am I
You can
already
get addicted to Hot Sim. You can
Yes,
get addicted
you
to Hot Sim.
Ooh. Oh,
Which
boy.
part of the van becomes your dick? That's all that I want to. That's all I'm questioning right now because like he
God
becomes
damn
the
it.
van, right? So like right arm would be the front wheel, left arm would be there, back leg. Like would it be the drive shaft maybe? Like which part would it be?
I make sure that the vehicle's weights, which is focused underneath Tag's butt right now, just the springs just don't work, and he suddenly feels every single inch of the road. All
That
the
was out of
potholes and
character. I didn't see anything out loud.
everything.
You were like just, thinking it too loudly, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, no, you managed to make it there quite nicely. Gatto really enjoying it. You even pumped the windscreen spray a few times just to feel that cool moisture flowing over your bonnet and your window.
Good God, man.
Oh, it feels good to be back
I only
in.
asked which part is the wiener because you got to add extra armor to it. I have an actual pragmatic reason. God.
There is a reason that our number of viewers right now is 911.
You can also feel like these 3 squishy but somehow turgid things just kind of moving around inside it. They're warm and they do things unexpectedly. Sometimes it
That's
feels
true. You have people inside you right now for the first time. Well, maybe not the first time. I don't
It's
know
not
what you
the
get up to
first
in your
time.
free
Yeah.
time.
First time. For the
It's not
very
the first
first time.
nice. Oh man.
Oh goodness.
With
Well,
that,
I'm still enjoying my trip, regardless of all the stupid squishy people in there.
Yeah, luckily no one spilled coffee on you yet. That would be kind of awkward.
But
Pseudo,
Feeling blood.
do you want a bus pass or do you want to pay for the bus?
I'll just pay for the bus.
Okay, that'll be 5.9.
Deadbolt,
Along
if
with the
you're feeling
beat.
up to it, you just make sure that body is not bleeding on my van.
I start
Right,
with the
I'll
song.
keep an eye.
I start tapping my knuckles on the metal siding.
Gatto,
that's
suddenly you
great.
feel internally to yourself, somehow in your torso area, the cabin, you feel a do 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 do.
Yeah, the music goes up, up 15 decibels when he starts tapping it.
Okay, I mean I won't do this to the stream because that would be cruel and it would blow out people's headphones, but I can do it to you guys.
Oh God, no! Why would you do this?
The great thing about having separate volume sliders.
Because that was pretty loud.
That was only at minus 12 decibels. It goes higher. Pseudo, you get to the front of Lambeth 3. Lambeth 3 doesn't look as rundown as some of the other Lambeth blocks. Still not a great area. You would still probably consider this low lifestyle to the bottom of middle. But compared to some of the other ones you've been to, this is not too bad. Compared to a couple of your self-hairs, etc. This is not quite as run down. And in fact, can actually, from some of the places on the side of the block, you might actually be able to see the river.
I'm not sure I'd want to see this river anymore.
I mean, it's not a great view, but yeah. You got dropped off out front. You wait a couple of minutes, and then suddenly this GMC Bulldog that you've been looking for pulls up, blaring this electro music.
Someone in chat has pointed out, when is my stim patch going to wear off?
I'm
and
keeping
what-
track of that. Don't worry.
Okay.
How long has it
Okay.
been? Out of curiosity.
Out of curiosity, it's been about 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
Okay, so I would guess you've got some time. That was a pretty badass stim patch. I think you've got at least a little bit of time left.
Please tell me there's no more blood spilling out of that body.
Am I
Yeah, how
feeling
does the
okay
body
at the
look? Can I perceive him?
Sure, you can make a perception check.
Is this still at a -2?
From your wounds? Or from the moving around?
Oh, yeah. From the moving around.
Oh, you're strapped in. You will get a +3 because you're looking at something you specifically designated in detail. You're looking for something. But you would have your wound penalty, so just bear that in mind.
4 successes.
4 successes. It doesn't appear to be bleeding anymore. There is quite a lot of blood covering one shoulder where it's kind of splattered out a little bit, but it doesn't seem to be growing. And you notice that one of the hands...
Oh, shit. Hey, Pseudo, he's moving, man. Deadbolt. Dude, he's moving.
I'm just gonna, at this point, I've like walked up towards the car and I just hear, shit, he's moving. So I just see him like looking around like in panic, like, what do I do?
Yeah, I'm
I
looking
mean,
at
Pseudo,
Deadbolt, but like,
Can we?
I guess we just deliver him.
They haven't opened the
presume
side
that-
panel of the van, Pseudo. What you hear from inside is also ever so slight delay through to your comlink. Gatto?
I presume that we can see Pseudo approaching.
You can feel me. I've just touched the side of your van.
Okay,
Suddenly,
then I've got the.
Gatto-
I open the door.
Oh, wait a second. Pseudo, you have skinlink, don't you?
Yes.
Gatto.
Oh, God.
Suddenly,
Oh.
you feel a mind connect with yours. You've never actually felt this. This is weird. But suddenly you can, like, hear someone's thoughts inside your head. And a weird caress down the side panel that not only is physical to you, but it also feels weirdly mental. Like someone actually directly, physically talking to your brain.
So now that you
bypassing
both
your
are
ears.
mentally... That you guys are both mentally dancing together, who's Beauty and who's the Beast, so I can get the mental picture properly.
I mean, the Bulldog's definitely the beast.
All right. I put plasteel restraints on the body right now while we're waiting.
Okay.
I see. I guess it's better than him not
Time to
moving.
wake up. You're here.
I fling the side door open for Pseudo. Keep your hands on the inside, please.
Phrasing?
Does that just come through the speakers or something?
That comes from
I
your
assume
mind.
you can you can do that.
You thought.
Linked.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Like, he thinks it, and you're connected to his mind, so you can hear it.
That's cool. That's cool. From what I've been hearing over the comic, I'm not sure I want to get into an enclosed space with that cadaver right now.
Splat,
Besides, we're here.
Tag, Deadbolt. You both see Pseudo, now the door's been opened, standing with his hand, like, against the driver's, like, the passenger side door, just kind of motionless.
Okay, as long as he doesn't have like a vinegar strokes look on his face, I think I'm all right. Like, I'll just assume he's zoned out with his hand on the side of the van.
To be fair, if this
around and go-
conversation is going on in our minds, it's happening at blisteringly fast
Yeah,
speed.
no. You're talking really quick. The door opens, and they see you, but they won't get to time to react really until you've had a few more paragraphs of talking.
There's been entire conversations about all the different political scenario going on, all the different stuff that's going on TV and on the net and everything.
Wow.
And I mentioned that I ran into someone that I think might have been KO from some weird underground boxing thing that was going on in the London area.
Some
You
point
definitely
during
get a
this,
rise out of me from that.
at some point during this, I just turn and say, "Hi, Pseudo," but this probably comes to him as,
Well, no, because although I'm communicating with Gatto at like lightning fast speeds, I'm still sapient because I've not gone hot sim or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I'm completely aware of everything going on around
Actually,
me.
yeah, you would still be limited by, because you'd be communicating at physical speeds because you haven't gone hot sim, so you'd
still
be
just
splitting your
thinking about
attention. So
It's
you
basically going to be out.
Yeah, you'd be AR, whereas Gat would be, like, still perceiving you at, like, he's talking really slowly.
So over the speakers, Deadbolt, apartment 116. Check it out.
"All right."
I
As Deadbolt
don't know
greets
if
me,
that's wise.
I turn to him and give him a solid nod. Then I peer inside, look at Tag. Is everything all right in here? And I could see him basically manacling this guy. Is that right?
Yeah, he started moving, Pseudo. I figured we might as well take some precautions just in case.
Yeah, you've got no idea what was in. No, don't worry. Don't bother answering it. I know you don't.
The
Yeah, I
body
put it on
begins
his
to
ankles
shudder
and
ever
on
so
his
slightly
wrist.
in the back.
He has both on, like hands and feet. So
Okay.
he's like mummy mode right now.
Do I have internal sensors, so can I actually see what's going on in the back of the van?
You've got passenger
Oh,
compartment,
fantastic.
like, camera, and you can also feel the back of the van.
Okay, a little area on the behind the driver's seat just starts lighting up, shimmering a little bit.
I can.
There's some towels in there. I say, Tag, clean up that blood.
Yeah. You guys want to stay here and clean up the blood? I don't think. I sincerely, I don't think that Deadbolt should go inside. He been hit with a slap patch. He's gonna go down real soon for a nap. I can go invisible and just walk around the place and see what's going on.
Yeah, best.
Might be best.
Check it out.
What floor was it on? The third floor?
Apartment
It's actually
116.
on the second floor. First British, second American.
Okay. I'm gonna astrally perceive as I step out of the back of the van and just look around for any spirits or anything outside the building.
Sure.
Did you just say first British, second American? Taiwan #1.
Do I have to do anything to roll that? Do I see anything, or do I have to
You need
sense?
to roll that, yeah.
Okay.
When the water got splashed all over us, did it ruin my disguise as the Doctor?
No, it wasn't real water, it was magical water, so effectively as soon as the spirit is
Okay.
expelled, it goes...
3 successes.
You see in the distance, and kind of you get this weird magical feeling of sound as well, just because it's interesting description, of a little, like, basketball-sized, kind of head, torso kind of locked together with tiny little arms that are half like flippers, and a small spine down the back, going away from the van. It's a Watcher Spirit.
With the sensing, do I know... Is it going back the direction of the hospital?
In the vague direction of the hospital, yes.
I mana bolt him.
I mean, if you want to use, banishing at some point, you can, but feel free to use Mana Bolt.
Oh, that's true. I could banish him, but the banishing attacks his services, though. Although Watcher Spirits only get 1 service to watch.
Watcher Spirits
I'll
only have
banish
1.
his ass. Whatever, we'll banish him. Just to bring it on in. Oh, no, I got rid of banishing because I didn't like it. People said that... That's right. Or at least my banishing section is empty, so maybe I forgot to fill it in. I don't know.
I think you have banishing. I'm pretty sure you said you have
you've
banishing.
been talking for a while now about how you should banish things.
And it was like super in
Mush.
character for like you to be like, get out, demon, I will excommunicate you, and
The power of Christ compels
Compels you.
you.
I think I pulled the points on it because people said mana bolting is faster and more efficient online. And then I was just going to use karma to raise it up
your
later.
character based on what people said online.
Yeah, I want to be
You
efficient.
min-maxing piece of filth.
And here
That's
EE
fine.
planned this entire scenario around you having banished.
No, I can mana bolt him. He's only got like 1 HP. Like, what's he gonna do? Mana bolt. You guys all just see me like do like a bowling motion and throw as hard as I can for like no reason. You're like, was that a spasm? Like, what
Okay.
was that?
Don't
I
say
go, oh,
that.
what now?
by the way, Tag is doing this inside the van. Like he just gestures towards the back of the van and swings his arm, and you're like, feel free to roll it. You don't need
Yeah,
to roll
everybody
much.
said that banishing was garbage on the internet and it was a dump stat. I think that's what it
it's
was.
also really awesome. It looks cool and it really fit your theme, but sure.
What kind of priest can't banish evil spirits?
Yeah.
I ask
I can
you.
still go after demons. I just can't go after spirits. There's a difference.
Bloody fake priest. Fake. Take off that collar right now. You bring dishonor to it. You'll shame your faith. That's better. Fake priest.
Roll
I
your
couldn't
mana.
breathe well with it
mana bolt.
anyways. It's giving me a callus on my Adam's apple. So,
Oh, man, that's
Sure, that's the reason.
I'm gonna cast it 4/7, and we'll just see what happens. 4 successes, and I resist all drain.
Nice.
I gotta be honest, when you pulled that out, the sound of it looked so bad. It's like, take that, sir.
I take
You got a
3.
success.
And with that, Splat, sorry, Tag, you see this, like, vague little form going, what? It shatters into, like, 1,000 different little colored blobs that just evaporate across the astral.
You all see me just start laughing. It's like, like almost like a psychotic laugh. Like I really enjoyed that.
What the hell was that?
They tagged us with a Watcher spirit. I blew his ass off, though. Well, phrasing, whatever. And I jump out the back of the van.
I need to move this around the other side then. I can't just stay here.
Does that mean they know where we are?
Perception to see if there's any hidden tags on this vehicle.
Sure. Gatto, do you have any fake tags on this vehicle?
Yeah.
Hidden tags, that is.
Sorry, hidden tags on this vehicle.
What would be a hidden tag?
If you've got like an
Something
RFID
that's
tag with like some information on it that's running silent,
I honestly don't know.
then no, he doesn't. So you see no hidden tags on the vehicle.
Then, with that done, I just murmur, well, it doesn't look like anyone tagged with an RFID tag, so assuming that Watcher Spirit didn't report, I don't know how the whole hand wiggly finger stuff works.
Well, how did they keep track of their spirits then? Would they even know where it was when it disappeared?
Yeah, they'd have a real rough idea, so we should probably do what we're going to do here real rapidly.
They actually wouldn't have an idea where it is.
Oh, I thought you knew the location of a spirit that goes poof if it's bound to you.
You just know it goes poof. You don't actually know where it went poof.
Oh, well, never mind. I retcon. I respond back, nah, outside of a certain, well, I mean, there are certain constraints that would allow that to happen, but all he'll know is that his spirit got geeked.
Is he in contact? Is the handler in contact with the spirit? Do they talk?
Nah. It operates independently, although they can speak to each other. It's possible he had a chance to report, but he was in a hurry to leave, so he may have been headed back to report. Can I do a magical theory or whatever to know if I'm pretty sure you communicate telepathically with your spirits?
I don't think you do. I think you have to be there in their presence, or they have to be in the astral, and then you can astrally talk to them. But I don't think they're allowed to be like right there. You'd have to double check for me. At least certainly that doesn't happen in any of the fiction.
Okay.
I change out of the scrubs I'm wearing because it wouldn't make much sense to be walking around like that if I am walking.
Do you put on armor?
Yeah, I'm gonna put on some armor, I think. I feel like that might be a good idea.
Oh, yeah.
You have telepathic link.
Oh, they have
on
telepathic link.
page 302, you're telepathically linked. So once again, I retcon and I say, yeah, they're in direct mental contact, so we probably gonna have some visitors real soon. We may just want to drop this potato off and get the hell on out of here.
I recommend you get to that as quick as you can. Can you check out the drop point?
At which point, by the way, since you spent a couple of minutes and it's been a little while, the body in the back of the van stops vibrating slightly. And then hands, you put behind the back or behind the front?
I went front and then feet because I figured I didn't want to lift the body up in case he had weird wounds or anything and shift him strangely.
With that, it bends at the hips. Its eyes open. Those of you who look at the eyes as they open, they're still somewhat damaged from the fact you injected them with what appeared to be like old blood. So they're actually like crusted over with like this dry like red brown.
Oh, the hell with this. I'm gonna go ahead and launch. I'm gonna go ahead and launch my MTC fly. What's it called? Fly spy.
Okay,
fly
your
spy.
drones all go. And it opens its mouth, shifts its joints around a little bit like it's waking up from a very long sleep, and you hear like a couple of like pops and cracks as you kind of move the joints after they've been a little bit tense for a while.
I have a crucifix and you guys have no idea where I got it from, like in my coat, and I'm just like, ah!
You know what's weird about that, Splat, is because of the way the camera sends the images back, when you're wiggling it back and forth, it looks like it's made of rubber or jello. Exactly.
J-Man's got my back.
Where are we? What's going on?
Oh, shit.
Shut that thing up. And I'm going to go ahead and send some of the spy drones inside, checking for room 116.
I sense this guy. I sense him.
Sure.
I'm just looking at Tag like, what do we do?
Does Pseudo recognize him?
Well, does he look different? Because if he looks the same way as before, then no.
He looks the same way as before, except crusted over bloody eyes now
so
open.
he's got bloody eyes. I'm literally, I take a step back when all of this happens, and I hope Tag, like on some level, appreciates the fact that it took quite a lot of willpower not to just slam the car door shut and leave you two inside there with it, whilst I'm safe on the outside.
Tag, he doesn't appear to be magically active from what you can tell.
Well, he's restrained, and he don't seem to have any awakened attributes, so I think we just take him. Hey, you know a guy named Zod?
Dad? What?
He seems to think for a moment.
I recognize that name.
All right, well, he wants to see you, and he's upstairs. Can you walk? Hop for me.
He tries to roll himself to his feet, and eventually, after a little bit of trying, kind of pushing himself against the side of the van, does manage to stand up.
All right, so
Where's
don't
Lodge?
tempt me.
Where the corporate overlords? Why do I work for the corporate overlords? Ah.
What is he talking about?
I look at that. I have no idea. He seemed
Listen,
a little
right,
crack
we-
in the head.
We're here to help you, okay? We're gonna take you, like, we just revived
Does his
you,
voice
I think,
actually
and we're
sound
gonna...
like that, or is he speaking with a different voice at the moment?
His voice sounds slightly different, but he is speaking like that.
So basically, Pseudo would recognize the voice.
You'd probably recognize it, especially from the man.
Let me roll memory, because it's not something that I was expecting. So it would take like connecting dots very quickly. So I'm just going to roll a memory test. You can decide what the difficulty would be.
Okay. 3. Yeah, you recognize this is Pink.
My face registers quite a lot of recognition at this point, and I step back a few paces.
Gatto,
I judge
Deadbolt,
intentions on that?
Tag, I want you to roll charisma plus intuition.
That's a judge intentions roll. You can just click judge intentions on your character
Yeah, you
sheet for
can do
people. 2 successes.
2.
3.
I just need to check something real quick on a sheet that I have.
Sheet.
Calling this the re-unicorn.
The reunicorn, yeah. The reunicornification.
The
Gatto,
unicorn.
Sir.
you sense something strange from Pseudo as he pulls away, like, you're not sure what. Might be the disgust
he
at
still-
the bloody eyes.
Is
but
he still touching the van?
No, I pulled away.
He did
from
pull
that.
away a little
Okay.
bit afterwards in shock.
And I'm not even paying attention. I'm trying to focus on getting my drones inside the building.
Okay.
Unless Pseudo, unless he's, I assume we didn't notice, right? So he steps back, and I say, well, his eyes don't look none too good, but he doesn't appear to be magically active unless he's
You
real
even
good
see-
at hiding it.
I call out.
What? No! No!
All right, so I don't know who you are or why somebody wants to see you, but we're gonna go meet him right now, and they're waiting upstairs. Does he have a shirt on or anything right now?
I assume he
he's
has
got
the
like,
hospital thing with the
except for the
assless
torso,
back.
because you need to get in there for the. So basically, it's just hospital like scrub trousers.
Okay. So I reached down, I removed the manacles from his feet, and I said, I'm gonna take your arm and we're gonna walk upstairs, all right? I promise, ain't nothing bad gonna happen.
At this point, by the way, all of you get a comm message from Zod. It's basically a comm call, actually, not just a message.
Ring, ring, ring,
I'm
ring.
assuming you answer. Ah, I see you have the package. That's interesting. Well, since you seem to have been found where you're going, it seems rather unfortunate that we should leave the package here. Obviously, what's in that brain is of a lot of use to us. Would it be helpful if you took him somewhere else? I'm sure you can find him at least somewhat trustworthy, I think.
I roll my eyes and I look at Pseudo. shrug.
I say we'd better get
I've
extra for
got a-
this to him.
I've got a very let me think of the proper English word for it. What's the word where you're kind of caught between two very conflicting emotions?
Torn.
No, there's a word specific, but we'll go with that. But it looks like I'm torn. But after
Conflicted?
a few moments, I say, yeah, we should get him somewhere. And then after a few seconds, I say, Pink.
Yeah. I think that's my name. Pink.
Alright, well,
or
Pink.
Peter? Pink. I think I prefer pink.
Pink. We gonna load you back in the van, all right? We're trying to get you to a safe space because there's people looking for us. I need you. Watch the bump, and I help him back into the back of the van while making sure he doesn't miss the step or anything.
He does
going so far as to even like take his foot. No,
Yeah.
I take his foot and I like guide it up.
Okay. And
Ah,
he seems very
Zod,
weak.
where-
Like his body's started to atrophy a little bit from the fact that the body's been in there a little while.
Zod,
Sure,
send
sit.
me coordinates.
Do you not have anywhere?
I got somebody.
Then by all means.
At this
I
point,
dial
I
up.
step into the van. Whatever we're going to do, we need to do it quickly. We can only assume that Watcher spirit spoke to its master. We need to be gone.
I take my comlink. I destroy the one that was assigned to my sin when I went inside the hospital. I produce a new one. And I call Francis.
Which one was Francis? You have to remind me.
Francis is in charge of training corporate spies for Az Technology.
Ah, yeah, the
He's
Australian.
no, he was black and he was basically
Okay.
Danny Danger is the Australian.
Well, that's going
He's like
on.
the grandfather figure to my character. He's a tall black gentleman who is bald, has a beard, very well trimmed. He's retired now. So
Am I able to close the rear doors on my own?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm closing them, and I'm gonna get out of here. I'm flooring it. We're getting out of Lambeth. Screw
Suda?
this place.
Well, that's going on. Does the person now, the cadaver moments ago, have like a name tag, like a full name tag,
On the
on like a wrist or
Yeah, you notice that
ankle
there's a
something?
medical bracelet that's still attached, which also says Peter Blake, and it's got a barcode and a couple other things on there.
Okay.
Pseudo, you will recognize some of them immediately as identification tags, which include RFID tags that aren't hidden.
Okay. Are any of them transmitting position right now?
Instantly, you look at them. Yes.
Drek. He's bugged. And have you got a tag eraser in here?
I don't like anything called a tag eraser.
what?
I own one, but I
Well, I can sympathize with that sentiment tag.
would I have had time to put my kit in the van, or is that will I not have it yet?
Oh my God, that
did you
was
say you
perfect.
brought it in the van?
I would have like brought some extra kit for things going wrong, and
Then
that
sure, it's in the
would
van.
probably have been. All right, I go get my tag eraser that I own.
I
Okay,
step
and
back
you-
noticeably.
They're no longer transmitting pseudo.
Okay. I take him by the arm and I tear off the tag or whatever I have to do it, and I throw it on the ground outside. And I do that for any tags that may be there.
I take a picture of all the information on the with my phone. I take a picture of all the information on the band before we leave real fast, just in case we need it for whatever
Okay.
reason.
You chuck that out, add it to the pile of broken comlink, and you head off. Tag. What's the loyalty of Danny Danger?
It's not Danny Danger. It's Francis
sorry.
Ghosh. He is 5
Francis.
loyalty, 5 connection.
Within about 3 rings. Have you got any direction for how I should try and voice him?
He was the one that was supposed to be kind of a James Bond type character, King and Country type stuff.
Sean Connery. My
Yeah,
terrible,
sorta.
terrible Sean Connery accent. Okay.
You can just do whatever. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just make him
Does
posh,
he know you as
make
Tag, or
him
does he know
fancy.
you by like your actual name?
My actual name, because Tag would have been way after.
Yeah. Oh, Edmund. How are you today?
Or Granddad. I'm doing pretty good. Listen, I know this is on short notice and we ain't talked in a while, but well, is this line secure?
You hear a and there's this like high-pitched sound in the background. It is now. What do you want to talk about?
So, yeah, I'm engaged in some business in London, and I was hoping you knew about a safe house we might be able to use out here that any of your boys might have used.
I have a few ones spare from my old days. Sure. There's one not too far from your place.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Do I owe you anything for this?
Just call it a favor.
Sure. Thanks for your help, Granddad. We need to talk, though. I'll call you again when I'm not under duress at the moment, but don't worry, it ain't too bad a duress. Thanks for picking up. I appreciate it. It's been
Don't
too
worry about
long.
that. By the way, since you're calling me, and I'm noticing a little bit of fluff on social media, I'm glad you had fun down at London Memorial Hospital.
Informed as always, Granddad. See, that's what I like about you. You always know what's going on.
Well, I do now, you replied.
All right. Thanks for the help.
Another time. The line goes dead. And you get
Okay.
little location map is pinged to you of an apartment and also a code for the door.
So I send this straight to my driver. I send it on over to Gatto. But yeah, that's a secured safe house that belongs to a friend of mine.
Is there
And then
any
I send the
rain?
info to.
Is there any rain on Doppler for London area?
Roll for rain.
There's actually like a pretty heavy storm coming over.
Oh, fantastic! I make sure that the route I take is not the route that's offered by Grid Guide. I'm going to take the route that goes to the rain. Feels good, man.
Okay.
I forward the location to Zod as well.
Okay. Gada, as you start taking a bit of more circumnavigous route, you feel like it's weird. It's a little bit more humid. There's the plink of rain hitting like your metal panels, and occasionally it'll like splatter against the front as you drive fast. And it's kind of a little bit painful how like you're pushing into this rain at quite a high speed, going like 60 miles an hour around the ring road. But it kind of feels quite nice. And then there's like occasionally the of thunder nearby and lightning discharging. The whole static in the air kind of plays off the metal a little bit, and it feels a little bit tingly. It feels nice.
Is
like
there
a
a
cold shower.
reason you keep the
What happens if
music
the
on
van
repeat?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, it's the Gatto. You don't like variety?
Go ahead and change it.
What happens if the van gets struck by lightning while Gatto's piloting it?
And I put up the panel on the back of the driver's seat suddenly shows a bunch of audio controls to like change channel, change track, repeat, don't repeat.
All of this
Volume
is going on.
controls, bass controls, whatever you want.
I'm not
Well-
sure, Gatto, that I want to be. So you are the van right now, correct? Let's establish a foundation here for a line of reasoning.
What? So is the van?
You
Whilst-
notice that the
whilst that
blood
conversation's
that was around the
going on,
eyes
Fran.
has started to be wiped away, and you can notice that the eyes, while bloodshot, are looking a little bit better.
Turning back to Deadbolt, who just changed. Have you got any spare clothes? I mean, it clearly hasn't escaped your notice, but they don't put people in gowns with a rear side when they're just
And
going to be
the,
laying in bed forever.
The back of the passenger
All right, I'll
seat now lights
see what
up.
I've got.
It actually has a bunch of pockets in there with a whole bunch of really, really cheap clothes. Pants, t-shirts.
As that happens, I
shoes.
say, "Oh, thank you, Gatto. By the way, try and find a puddle. Aquaplaning is probably the best thing you'll ever experience while you rig."
Is this really a good time for that?
I assume he can drive, otherwise you wouldn't have him being the driver.
So what?
You press the random station button.
I am not playing with Gatto's knobs. Absolutely not. That's the joke that I was working towards. And then we got interrupted. But no, I absolutely am. While he is in the form of a van, he can rig the hell on out, and then I will touch the knob. Not until then.
This music is getting a little bit annoying.
The graphics changed.
I reached up to the side of the van and I changed the tune on the radio.
The graphics are already changing. They changed from the
Gatto,
from controls.
do you allow him to change the radio? Because he's trying to change it and you're rigged.
You just said that he could change it. I'm assuming he's not going to resist any of it.
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you change it to, Pseudo?
I just cycle through a bunch of stations until I find something that's vaguely magical and whimsical and a bit Luddite. Like
Did you just
literally,
turn on caveman music for me?
yeah, I did. I assume you said you were a Luddite earlier. I'm trying to set the mood properly. This is going to be like Crystal Garden kind of meditation music.
Chat has suggested the 1812 overture for Pink.
No, absolutely not. We know what happened the last time that turned on.
Why?
Yeah?
Absolutely not.
What? Did one of you call the other one Pseudo earlier?
I look at Pseudo without saying anything.
Pseudo, do you know this man?
That's why I said his name Pink, and I pull out the clothes, and I press them to Pink's chest.
You know this guy?
Not this one, but I know what was in that syringe now.
Can I judge intentions, or are you just going to tell us?
Oh, you can ask. I mean, literally, he's not lying to you at the moment.
Alright, so, Pseudo, you seem to be being a tad evasive with the wording here. Did you know him in another life? That seems to be what you're implying.
Well,
We all know people from
I don't know Peter Brake, but I know the one that's calling himself Pink.
Tag, you can do a judge intentions check.
Five successes.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Not bad.
5 on 7. Like, damn.
Pseudo, do you want to reveal quite a bit to Tag?
What is he asking?
He's not
that's
asking
the thing.
directly, but he's
asking
trying to
judge
see
intention.
from you a good amount
Yeah.
about how
But
afraid
this
you are of
isn't-
what's gone down.
This isn't a matrix search. Like, he would be able to find out from asking me, where do you know him from? And then I'd give him an answer. But if he's like looking at my face, how much can he discern?
He can, well, okay,
From what
he
I'm
can
saying.
discern right now that you know a lot more about this job than you're really letting on. Like the way you're phrasing it and the way you're kind of trying to dodge certain things and have things certainly phrased to you. Tag's kind of an expert person reader. Tag, you suspect he knows a lot more about what's been going down. You suspect it quite strongly with 4 successes.
You see my eyebrows slowly slide upwards. Are we carrying hot cargo right now? So that's really all that I care about. Let's leave the story aside for right now. What is in the back of our van?
I interrupt him. I say nuclear.
Fantastic.
What?
If you were
Nuclear?
caught with this,
They should not
you-
pollute.
there won't even be people who remember what or who you were. They will disappear as well.
Well, I'm
Just like,
fairly
oh,
lucky in that
no.
regard since I ain't got a whole lot of loved ones, but he's already in the back of the van. How bad is it?
You notice that Pink by now has got his head through one of the sleeves of the clothes that he's been given.
Pink, here, I take the manacles off his hands. And I watch him carefully because he's not going to be able to get a shirt on with manacles on in front of him.
No. Again,
I pull
he's
out a
having real
comlink.
trouble since he's technically still slightly blind. He can see vaguely, you get the feeling, but not enough to put clothes on.
I
pull out
hop
a
on
comlink.
to just Google real fast. And I just put in Peter Blake.
While he's doing that, I don't think you don't have any kind of way to see AR, do you?
No, I gotta use my phone right now. That was my next
But-
purchase.
Okay. But Deadbolt and Gatto can see AR quite clearly. Is that right? Okay, well, what you're seeing is me just currently bringing up a bunch of screens, basically the configuration options of a really basic comlink, and I'm just starting to do things. I'm basically putting in Peter Blake, and I'm effectively doing what Tag is doing, and I'm going through a matrix search, and I'm just grabbing information and just filling out the various. Basically, I'm formatting.
People don't see your AR unless you want them to. Just an FYI.
Oh, wow! I let them then.
Okay. Yeah, Tag, feel free to make a Peter Blake search. Suda, did you want to do the same? It'll be a matrix search.
I'm actually going to invoke Grok to help me with this.
Okay. Grok can do it then.
Seeing that
Deadbolt.
Pseudo is beginning to feed AR information into the inside of the cab or whatever, my phone just goes and turns off. I'm sorry, I don't turn it off, but I stop the search, and I just start going through the information that he's piping through.
Okay. Deadbolt. Sleepy time.
Do we have enough
you
time to
take-
warn people?
Nah,
Or
stim
is-
patch
am I
is
just
out
No.
on Deadbolt.
Instantly. Yeah, you take 6 unresisted stun damage.
All right.
That should mean that 1 flows over to your physical track.
You'll be awake in an hour. You'll be all right. Well, 2 hours.
You get 5 successes there. Okay. Sure, the first minute you find quite a few references to Peter Blake in obscure places. They're only minor here and there. You get the feeling that although he was a fairly high-ranked person in as technology, that he must have not done any sort of big front-of-house stuff, important managing of obvious, like, retail brands or something.
Why do I know how to field strip an AK-47? What is going on?
Because that's
slowly getting
perfectly
there.
useful information.
As he pulls, like, the shirt down and stuff, by the way, he's been completely naked in the van for, like, a good 5 minutes now, trying to get, like, dressed as you're driving the van, which is difficult.
A dwarf is naked in one of our vans. When's that ever happened before in Roll4It? I mean, it's
Never.
pretty much assumed.
You notice that he's quite ripped. Peter Blake is quite fit, and there are a number of, like, small scars on the torso.
Would he really not have suffered any muscle atrophy, considering he was brain dead for so long?
He's been brain dead for a few weeks. They try and, like... He hasn't suffered as much muscle atrophy as he should have. If you have biology, you can draw conclusions from that as you will. Otherwise, you wouldn't know.
But the others can basically see all the information I'm picking up, any pertinent information. I'm just basically filling in the blank fields and things like this on this comlink.
2 successes.
Effectively setting it up for a Peter Blake.
He looks good for someone who's been, a few weeks out of it. However, without really asking him questions, like diagnostically asking, like, how are you feeling, like, how's the joint moving, etc., and doing some checks, you couldn't draw many more conclusions. But he looks pretty good for someone who's been out of it for a few weeks. It's
Peter,
possible that the body was
what's-
being carefully maintained for some reason, which is weird for a dead guy.
What's the last date you remember?
Date? 2 years ago? And also a few weeks ago?
Tell me about what happened a few weeks ago. What do you remember?
Someone was riding a bike. I was riding a bike. Someone was riding a bike. Someone called Peter, Peter, was riding a bike. And then someone pulled out in front. And then it went black.
Do we know about his open bounty from Ares from the information that Pseudo sent over?
Pseudo, have you sent that over?
If I've picked it up, I've not made any attempt to hide this information from the rest
Okay.
of the group. I'm
you
letting
haven't
them
picked it
see
up
what
yet.
I'm filling in.
Another minute worth of checking, you can keep rolling.
And what do you remember from 2 years ago, bud?
We were trying to defeat the corporate overlords. And then Pseudo and his team, they were talking. And then they said that Large worked for the corporate overlords. And then it turned out it was a trick. And then I got shot. It was a dwarf, I think. I got shot.
Yeah, they ain't real. Well, dwarves aren't known for their ability to restrain themselves. and everything just goes black after that.
Sort of. There's also weird memories about corporate overlordship.
Which corporations? Name them.
As technology.
Good old
I
Aztec.
know about their Black Ops program.
Really?
You know someone named Francis Ghosh?
The memories are damaged. But
Well, I need try hard.
Can I judge intentions on Tag right now? Because he's pursuing a line of questioning that seems very focused.
Feel free.
Actually, before we even get to that, I'm going to just turn to it. Tag, you're asking very specific questions. Is this going somewhere?
I recognize
Person
that
who?
name. Where does that name come from? It's the name.
Yeah.
He tried to defeat us. He tried to take us down. He's bad. We need to kill him. What? No, he tried to take down their corporate overlords. He's a friend. What? This is... Ah!
All right, hey, calm down.
Tag?
It's all right. I don't need any more from you. It's all right. We're taking you to a safe place now. Pseudo, the person I just called to arrange this safe house, my grandfather, essentially, is Francis Ghosh. He had connections in corporate espionage circles with Az technology. I only asked because I may be able to call him and get more information on this character if they were both directly linked through their employment or whatever else.
Tag,
Rest assured.
Tag, I know you think you can trust this person, but if you tell them what you know right now, as little as it might be, it's the sort of information that can very quickly test someone's loyalty. I would very strongly recommend not doing that.
If you think so, he's essentially family, but I can keep it from him if you think he'd put it. I mean, he don't work for Az technology no more. He's several degrees of separation away at this point.
Scenario, he wouldn't betray you, but you'd only be bringing him into this mess.
Does
I think I have a job for you.
You have a
Hold on.
job for us.
hold on to that concept, Pink. Can anyone tell me if Pink has some type of data port or anything?
Did I see
Peter
one?
Blake does have a data port.
Check what's on him right now.
Hey, Pseudo, you got a way to interact with this port? I don't know what happens if you directly jack into someone's
I
data
don't
port.
use data cables. That would be Rigger's job.
Yeah, the ceiling panel between the two front seats opens up and a bunch of cables pop down.
I reach out and I plug one in.
What?
Whilst
Hello, Gato.
This is going on internally.
okay,
Hello, Pink. Or are you Pink right now? Do you know what's going on?
Think so. Wait, why do I know you? Didn't you? You used to smuggle people somewhere. Smuggler. Smuggler? Wait, law enforcement.
Yeah,
What
it's-
are you?
You're tapping into your Aztec information right now. Pink, if you want to help us and you want to help yourself, can you check what data you have and send over whatever you can on Aztec's Black Ops and Aztec's non-Black Ops operations here in the London area?
That's the job I wanted to ask about. They have a team. One of the Sean teams is here. They're hunting for something. And they have a lot of military surplus that might be of useful. You could sell that. And also data. They have data. And
It
also,
sounds
they're
good to me,
hunting.
Pink. Is there anything that you can see that is harmful to you in this data that you're carrying?
Oh. I do not seem to be their primary concern right now. Although I imagine I probably am now. This body was being kept for something.
Do you know what?
No. That is apparently disconcerting.
Does it mention what kind of project this body was being used for? Is there a project name anywhere associated with it?
By the way, when
Shimala? I think Shimala
When-
knows.
how does it work? Can he be rigged into two things at the same time? Because he's directly connecting to.
He can only be rigged into one thing, but he can talk to someone else via a direct connection.
Right, okay. That makes sense.
I assume it's pretty quick conversation. It's,
Yeah.
mental or digital
I
or
was just
whatever.
worried about the driving.
Yeah, me too.
It's just
I
like
see the,
normal driving, and to be fair, he can react so fast that normal driving is so easy.
Yeah.
So what can you tell me about Shamala? What else links to that name?
She's in charge of As Technology's magical research development program for. She's not a nice person.
All right. Tag, can you disconnect him real quick?
Yeah. There's a sharp jet of pain. Like a sear, kind of a, it feels like a really, really loud noise, but in your brain as I unplug him.
All right. He says he has a job for us in this area, something that'll specifically help
Camel?
us.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
He's been missing you. Missed you. You're missing. Wanted.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
because I don't want to be found. Who's looking for me?
50,000 Noyan.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Loft
What
the
about it?
brow and then look between, to Deadbolt. I don't bother looking at Gato.
Let's try to stay focused, Pink. Shamala. Tell us about Shamala.
I need time to get my memories straight. These are very confusing. They seem to be damaged, and the order is... It's like a filing system, but no one's got index cards, and it's been spelled on the ground. And why do I know about filing systems?
All right, calm
It's
down.
gonna be a
Just
real
rest for a
existential
bit.
crisis.
Tag, honestly, if it's easier, just plug him back in and I can relay information.
At this
Are we
point,
close to the drop-off?
You're pulling up to the drop-off, pretty much.
Okay.
At this point, has he dressed moderately well?
He's managed to get roughly... He's got the top on back to front, but yeah.
Man, I hope you guys
Looking
are
over, I'm
helping
like-
him dress.
It'll do.
Did I see the bounty on Pink?
I rolled once more and I got 4 successes, I think.
Okay, yeah, so you're up to 9 successes now. No, the bounty is it's important, but it's not that obvious. There's not a lot of information around. You were looking for information on Pink or Peter?
Peter.
Peter, in which case the bounty wouldn't be attached to Peter at all. You get some references to Peter having previously worked for As Technology in a security sense, but they're very, very small and rare and only occasionally here and there. You get the sense that this person's data was either carefully concealed or has been wiped.
Okay.
You aren't seeing a lot of normal, receipts, Facebook posts, Twitter, me feed stuff. That's kind of missing. Other than a very corporate, occasionally, a update thing about security procedures and stuff like that. It's been very carefully concealed.
So if we're pulling up to the stop, how do I actually come out of hot sim interaction with the van?
Simple action. You just gently pull yourself out of it. Feels like a weird out-of-body experience now. You've kind of got to know the van a lot, but then you get back into your real body, and quite frankly, it doesn't feel as good. You're acting slow and sluggish, especially now you're not got the jazz, and you feel a little bit just the edge of withdrawal, and you're like, oh.
It's not the edge. As far as I can tell about jazz, is when it's gone, it hits hard.
Yeah.
It's awful.
I think you
don't want to
get
be at.
listless and depressed for the next hour or so. So
it's a while. Yeah.
you don't feel good.
All right, I'm gonna park the van then. Is there an inconspicuous spot, someplace that's not right out front?
Yeah, there's actually a little load of parking spaces at the back.
Okay, to the back.
Anyway,
park.
yes. The Sean, there is a spec ops unit that, they won't be of much help to you, especially not the stuff we know. Also, they have a lot of military hardware that might be of use. You could sell it. That could be payment. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm sure. We'll talk about that. Let's go upstairs. I got somebody I want you to meet.
And with that,
Hold on that tag. If we have an offer for a mission here from Pink, what are the chances that we'll ever see Pink again if we're about to hand him off?
You all know Zod. I assume he's good for it. I mean, I wouldn't work for a... You want to double cross our Johnson right now when he knows where we're at out in front of his... I don't know,
Hell
man.
no, I don't want to double cross Zod, but for fuck's sake. And you go. I'm going to wait for you to make the cross. Go ahead. He didn't even tell us what we were doing here. This seems to have
Said
resurrected
we're
a...
moving him, keeping him from wherever it was we just went. I don't know. Tag, did you get anything else from him? And while I'm saying that, I'm clipping the it's just like a cheapo little device rating 1 comlink, and it's like on almost like a wristband over Peter's arm, and I'm like, you better get in the habit of calling yourself Peter. Pink will get you into trouble.
Okay. This is...
Read that.
Yes.
It's as much about Peter as I can find.
Yes. Okay.
he seems
And
like he's
I-
more focused internally, trying to just figure himself out rather than express
Peter.
it externally.
Peter, read this. It's about you. Maybe it'll help your memories solidify or whatever.
Do you hand him the comlink?
It's wrapped around his wrist now.
Okay. He takes the pull-out cable from the comlink and plugs it into his data port.
Then looking to Tag, what do we do with him now? You've got a safe house. Are we babysitting? Are we leaving him here? Is he going to stay in Manacles?
I say we take him to Zod with the foot cuffs off, complete the job, get paid. I don't think Zod is the sort to mistreat this individual. Just my intent. It's just my intuition's telling me it ain't gonna play out like that. He was in the hands of Az Technology. I don't think he's in much worse shape going with Zod. And
Well, hold on. This is just Peter that was in the hands of Aztec. Pink was never in the hands of Aztec. That was given to us by Zod.
either way, I suggest we negotiate for a price increase. We seem to have stepped in it.
Well, let's get Peter inside before we do anything else.
I'm with Pseudo.
And while you guys are getting him inside, I'm actually going to go off and find him some other type of clothes, a hat or something, some shoes, maybe a coat.
Okay, and with that, we're going to end the episode for today. Hopefully you enjoyed
do we
it.
get out and go to the safe house? Do we just disembark and all
Yeah,
go
effectively
inside?
we're going to end the
sort
episode as you disembark the van and you're about to get into the safe house, and we'll do that spiel at the beginning of the next episode.
But do we
Snoring
get
in the
our
back.
karma now?
You do get karma for completing a mission.
Yay!
Unless you want to negotiate the price, in which case I will need to think that one over.
I'd rather have karma than money, I'll be honest with you, so...
Do-gooders get more karma. And you want to do-gooder missions, so...
That is true. We are
If you want to
supposed to be
screw our
good
technology
guys.
up, you now have a ridiculous amount of intel.
We're
So
all gonna get killed for it.
that might well happen.
Shut up, you! You're knocked out. Don't talk.
I really feel sorry for you, Bentham. You spent like 2 hours today knocked out, and then you spent another hour and a half knocked out afterwards.
What are you going to do? I mean, he got hit on the first shot, and it knocked him out. That was it. That was his whole turn today. That was it.
I
But
got
you
shot
learned
in
a
the
hard
face.
lesson. You learned a hard lesson about Shadowrun. Wear
Yeah,
armor.
Don't go
Yeah.
with the plan that someone else gives that involves you being in a dangerous place.
That was good. I just forgot to wear armor. That's all that went wrong. Also the mana barrier.
I mean, you didn't directly check the room for that, so
Oh no, magic crap. It wasn't my job.
yeah, it was a
Yeah,
little bit
Tag.
unfortunate. Tag looked at the hospital before he hit the floor plan. Tag noticed there were a couple of mana barriers and never asked anything more about them. And then we never compared them to the floor plans, so unfortunately it was left hand not talking to right hand, so it happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed today's episode. They now have what could be considered some incredibly dangerous information. And it's only episode 2. So there's that.
I'd rather jump in fast than have like a 5-episode runway where nothing interesting happens. So I'd rather be just like trucking straight off the bat. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I was hoping that like people would be more interested in just going like, let's do shit hits the fan straight away rather than rob this old lady.
Yeah.
So this was the introduction run about spirits, about mana barriers, about... I didn't pull many punches this episode, I'll be honest. But you did really well. I'm really sorry about it, Deadbolt. I really feel bad for you, though. But,
Well, part of that was like, I assumed that this was going to be like a simple run because it was like our first one back after like a year of not playing. I should have assumed we were resuming like at the boat heist level, and then I would have thought things through better. But I was like, it's the first run. How bad could it be? Really fucking bad. Really,
there were
really
two guys.
fucking bad.
They were pretty decent. You would wonder why two pretty decent guys are looking after a dead body. Maybe that's something to ask Peter Pink. Pinker. But yeah,
I say we just rename him. He needs a new street name. Street name. Let's just name him Blade or Half Squat.
Half Squat.
But yeah, those of you in chat who don't know who Pink is, in Season 1, they met a load of nanites who had taken over bodies, and although they kept some of the personality and stuff from the old person, some of the memories, they kind of got replaced with new artificial intelligences which were living in the nanites. Someone obviously managed to keep some of Pink's blood in a syringe. Our people got hired to inject said syringe into Pink, into Peter, and nanites can repair quite a lot of stuff, and a little bit of like the lower stem brain damage. Yeah, sure, that's not too hard. It's only a tiny bit of damage to make someone suffer enough damage that they can't really ventilate anymore. They can't really breathe anymore, so that got fixed relatively quick.
Kind of wish I hadn't sniped him in the previous season and turned him into Hamburger. Who knew that one dice roll was going to like affect an entire season?
I like designing campaigns where people have had massive, like, you've changed the universe to a small extent. Like, this is only a small corner of said universe, but corporate intrigue does only boil down to only a handful of players when you really get down to it. But yeah, hopefully you've enjoyed today's episode. We're going to dive into the after show in a little bit, so look out for that, Patreon backers. If you've liked, do remember to go hit up the Patreon, etc. Blah, blah, blah. We're definitely over time today, so I'm going to try and rush through this outro. But Shen, what are you doing? Who are you? Where can we find you?
Well, hello there. My name is Shen, and I run channels on youtube.com/Shenner2 and twitch.tv/Shenner. You can find me playing RimWorld on Randy Random because it's fucking hilarious watching him throw bullshit at your face all day, every day. I just finished up Mass Effect 2, and I'm not sure whether we're going to be doing Mass Effect 3 or if we're going to hold on to Andromeda, because Andromeda picks up after Mass Effect 2. It actually has nothing to do with Mass Effect 3 at all, so I don't know. And that's coming up pretty soon. Was it March, I think? Yeah, March is for Mass Effect Andromeda. Also playing Oxygen Not Included, which is actually very similar to RimWorld. So if you like RimWorld, check it out. Oxygen Not Included. It's a lot of fun. You play a whole bunch of cute little characters that are like fresh out of Don't Starve, because it's made by the same company, and you try to survive on a comet where there's very little oxygen to breathe, and sometimes people die of suffocation, and then their bodies decay, and you have these little, like, what are they called, morbos, that come out, and they start polluting all the air with wonderful garbage. Oh, it's fantastic. Anyway, that's it for me. What about Senor Avac? Mr. Underscore, what's up?
Well, you can find me over on youtube.com/Avac and on Twitch TV/Avac and over on Twitter at Avac_, hence the underscore. Currently on YouTube, I am just coming to the end of my first taste run on Northgard. We've played 10 episodes. We've gone through all 3 of the clans, and we've achieved 3 different types of victories. I may continue playing a little bit on the higher difficulty levels, see what the game has to offer. Additionally, I am also playing Oxygen Not Included and trying desperately not to stress out my little duplicants so much that they vomit in their water supply, because that tends to be a bit of a downer, really. Also trying to get them not to wee in the water supply, because that also pretty bad. I'm also playing RimWorld Alpha 16. We play quite a lot of similar games because they're all awesome. But I am also playing Stardew Valley, which I don't believe Shan is playing at the moment, though has in the past. I am also playing Avorion, which is kind of like X3 meets Star Mage, more or less. Yeah, along those lines. Super duper fun. Absolutely amazing. Playing that with the Dapplings quite often as well on our server. But what about you, Bentho? You can talk now. You're no longer knocked out.
Awesome. Okay, when I'm not unconscious in the back of a van because I've been shot in the face with
What about
a gel
when your
round,
microphone's not muted?
Yeah, you made me check there. I thought you were saying it was. I was muted for a really long time. So someone needs to go back and work out like the last time I actually spoke.
You were unconscious for
in
2
this
hours. You
stream
were muted
before.
for half an hour, and then you were. It was
Yeah.
just over an hour that you were then unconscious at the end of the stream as well. So there's like 10 minutes where we had you.
Yeah, I kept being like, so is tag invisible? And then you started talking about something else, and I'm like, they're busy sorting out roles and things. But anyway,
Basically, you could have had a night off.
Yeah, you
Right.
could have just
yeah,
not
not
been
even,
here.
yeah. Right, anyway, yeah, so I'm on YouTube as Mangleport Gaming. I play when I have the time, Factorio in various forms, and I'm also at the moment playing Production Line and Rodina on and off. At the moment, there's not many videos coming out. I'm going to try and work on that in the coming week. I don't know, I always promise it and then don't deliver. But there'll be videos of some description at some point in the future. That you can usually rely on.
It's the way of the YouTuber. We promise
The
and then we don't
commitment
deliver.
is real there.
Yeah. Sometimes there are videos. Dude, what about you, Splattercat?
You can find me shouting Deus Volt and setting shit on fire on youtube.com/SplatterCatGaming and Twitch TV/SplatterCatGaming. As of right now on YouTube, I'm playing a couple interesting little games. I've got Holy Potatoes We're in Space going on. I've finished up the Wild 8. Basically, I actually just got a bunch of gaps in here. And so I'm playing a cool game that just started today called For the King, which I actually like a lot. It's a really, really cool little RPG. And so we're playing around with that. And then when I get back to streaming, starting tomorrow or maybe Tuesday, I will more than likely be playing... I don't know. Maybe we'll continue the Long Dark challenges. It's possible at some point that I'll jump into a Voriod. Maybe I'll jump in on the Dapperling server and see how that goes so that I have backup and support.
Do it.
But aside from that, not a whole lot. So, EE, what's going on with you?
So, you can catch me over at youtube.com/Enter Elysium. I am playing a new series that started today, actually. Stellaris, New Horizons Star Trek mod, which is early alpha. It makes Stellaris all Star Trek and stuff. And there's a whole load of Star Trek events and so on, and they've completely overhauled how, like, ship modules work. It's really cool, actually. And also the music hasn't been Content ID yet, which is great because I get to play the music on, and it's really badass. Also, of course, like Halo Wars 2, RimWorld. I am starting a Vorion, I think, tomorrow. So I was playing around on that the other day, and I was like, this is pretty cool. I see what Avic's been going on about. I really should have played this ages ago. A Vorion is pretty cool. And I think I've also got like 1 or 2 other things going on as well. So, you know, there's that. You also check out my twitch.tv/Enter Elysium and my twitter.com/Enter Elysium. Occasionally doing like Mass Effect 3 on stream because, you know, getting my hand back in. Literally, because my hand is still suffering from brokenness. That's my excuse for terrible aim. I'm sticking to that excuse. I can ride that excuse for a good month more.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, thank you very much everyone coming along. Massive round of applause to Pseudo for Avic's cosplay there. On point, liking it. Hopefully we'll have more cosplay for you next week. But yeah, we'll be back on Friday, of course, with D&D. Looking forward to seeing what happens after last D&D episode, which was pretty amazing. If you haven't seen it, you can go check it out in the VODs here, or it will be going up on YouTube, I think, tomorrow. And of course, if you don't know, we have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/Roll4It, and of course our Twitter, which, you know, is amazing. You should go check that out. So yeah, oh, and also go post on like the subreddit and stuff, which is, you know, reddit.com/r/Roll4It. And if you've got like, want to do any fan art and stuff, especially of the new series, or, you know, some more D&D fan art, that's cool too. We're occasionally doing like little updates to our fan art video, so that, you know, if you want to get your fan art like in the little video and featured, because we really, honestly, we just really like seeing the fan art because it's awesome. Like, it's really nice and inspiring to see people really getting into the show that much. Yeah.
By the way, I just want to point out that I mentioned to Lysander that, oh, maybe you should actually have some of us helping you out in defense of the circle, just in case they come back. He's like, nah, I could come back. We're fine. We're fine. Sure.
We're going west, man. We're going to be like, that's what elves do. When shit gets real, elves always go west. They can't help it.
What?
Like, we go
Yeah,
west.
did they play the song? But in a bit of a higher pitch because they're elves?
Just a little bit higher. They did give you awesome loot though, so you can't be too mean to them.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining which dead bodies from their own family did they strip that loot off of to hand to us. Like, oh, they died yesterday in the fire. Here you go. Have their loot.
That stuff's pretty powerful and magical. It's been sitting around for a while.
Yeah.
Also, what happens to a druid when they die in an animal form? Because they were dead puppies. Dead wolf pups, not dead small children. Does this mean
They're
that
young. They can't control their
sometimes
powers
they
yet.
go out
So-
and hunt, and they take down some sort of stag or something, and it happens to be one of them, but they don't know, so they just go ahead and eat it, and it's like, this meat tastes delicious.
Trust
for some
Avak to
reason.
bring up the cannibalism. Man,
This
you've
tastes
got
like
problems.
Delilah.
Well, they're elves. They are elves. They eat. They're dead, and the dead of other people, and they're not dead yet.
Not in D&D.
They do everywhere. I don't believe that for a second.
I was not aware of this lore. Okay.
Which setting is
Yeah,
that? That's a thing. It's not D&D.
Dwarf
It's
Fortress. Dwarf Fortress.
So what you're saying is Deadbolt is just gonna start gnawing on some elfish parts. He's got like a finger in his chest pocket. He's going nom nom nom. It's like beef jerky to him.
There's also elves in another universe that do that, and they get the memories and stuff from the meat they eat. Is it like Pillars of Eternity?
Divinity. Divinity Original Sin.
Oh, yeah, Divinity.
They
There we go.
inherit the memories of those they eat. Yeah.
There we go. But yeah, thank you for all coming along. We'll be back, of course, on Friday, and then Shadowrun again on like Sunday. Great showing. Really like that people are enjoying the new Shadowrun series, and the increased number of people we're seeing on Fridays for D&D is absolutely brilliant. We really do enjoy the fact that we're actually people are liking it. So if you don't want to tip or subscribe or do the Patreon thing, just feel free to just share it. Like tweet it out to people, share it on Facebook, be like, guys, have you seen this amazing thing with like all the best YouTubers, dude? You should totally check it out, man. Or whatever. You don't need to be as terrible as I am at getting with the kids these days, but whatever. But yeah, until next time, roll safe.
Getting with the kids? What?
He's old.
Don't just don't question it.